Yo, what's going on? We got some first gaffs here. Nice. Oh. Listen, guys, I'm arguing on Twitter, okay? This is important. I've been arguing on Twitter for the last 20 minutes. There's no other way of putting this. But, you know, you got to do what you got to do. It's got to be done. Got a little drawn into it. Right, let's roll. It's a big day. It's a big day. It's a big week. We have a lot of grinding to do tomorrow. Yeah, so it's there's something that's been bothering me, guys. A lot of things keep coming up about basically there's been a bunch of these Reddit posts, right? And they're saying, why does, also shout out to YouTube, why does everyone suck so bad at Guild Wars 2? And people keep saying, oh, it's because the game is so complicated and it's impossible and it's got gear types and this and that and you know the game doesn't teach you how to play, all this kind of shit. Guys, no, that is not the situation whatsoever. It really is this simple. There's no particular reason to get good at this game because you don't need to be good in order to progress your account, basically, especially now with legendary armor being in the open world. And also, there just isn't really like a culture of get good. There isn't much of a get good attitude in Guild Wars 2, and as a result of that, people don't get good. There's no like social pressure to get good in the game. Yeah? And those two things combined mean that people don't get good at the game. It really is that simple. It's not, oh, the game is impossible to comprehend. It's like, guys, okay, you have 3 choices per trait line. It ain't that hard, okay? Like, oh, the rotation's impossible. Listen, lads, okay, if you just slam buttons, you'll do good DPS. You don't need to have a sick rotation to do 20k DPS. Yeah? You can, like, auto-attack your way to doing something like, you know, 20k DPS. It's really not a big deal. None of these things are important. The only thing that matters is that the game doesn't really incentivize you to get better at the game, and also there isn't, like, social pressure to get good at the game. Because of its speed. I mean, there are other fast games though as well, and also I just don't think that's relevant at entry level, right? Really, because like I know what you're saying, Grim, and I don't even necessarily disagree, but that doesn't really mean that that would just mean that players struggle to play optimally, not that they would struggle to do any kind of performance whatsoever, right? But yeah. A different topic? Yeah, it's a different topic because you're talking about the other end of the spectrum. You're not talking about the entry point, you're talking about the end point. Which I think is, yeah, is a separate issue, to be honest. I don't think it's really the same, same conversation. Nikiota, thanks. The Prime. I do that for is this. It absolutely does. This is not a thing you need to Guild Wars 2. But the thing is, right, is that what I'm trying to get at, okay, what I'm trying to get at, guys, is that people are trying to say, it's something about Guild Wars 2 in particular, like it's a game mechanics that makes it hard to understand, or the game isn't teaching people. That's not it at all. What it is that in this game, people do not care about getting better. And by the way, that's not even an issue. Right? I don't really view that as an inherently bad thing because, again, as Pyratic is getting at here, this is very much true in other games. Like, I would say like 90% of the population in WoW and Final Fantasy don't care about being good at the game, right? Like, they just don't, right? That's not a problem. But the thing is that in those games, people don't go, it's because the game is too complicated, or like, because, you know, it's not teaching players. And to be fair, there is a little bit of that, but it's not, people aren't like mystified in the same way. No, it's because people don't want to get better. It really is that simple. Like, I am now, especially now that I've played other games, I am now certain of this. If people want to get better, they will get better. If they don't want to get better, they won't. It really is that simple, and that is the end of it. And if you kind of want to incentivize people to get better, so in other words, you want to make people interested and engage with getting better at the game, you need to give them a reason to do so, right? You either have to give them, you know, special progression or special rewards, or you have to improve their outcomes. For example, you know, if you have a skill-based gold farm, for example. I think an interesting example of this, I feel like, is actually RuneScape. Because you do not need to be good at the game to, let's say, get a 99 in RuneScape. However, if you play well, you can do it much faster, yeah? So if you actually go really, you know, you do the more challenging skilling methods that require more finesse, and potentially like more attention, you'll be able to do so at a significantly increased rate. So that's kind of like the, that's like an example of a kind of horizontal game that actually does reward skill. Because someone on Twitter said that, oh, you know, if you have a game that rewards skill, it's kind of like inherently anti-casual. But I don't think that's actually the case, to be honest. I'm not, I don't think I agree with that. I think you can have a game that's like very, very casual friendly, but also rewards skill at the same time. Yeah. Somewhat wise nature and non-forced competitive content makes the casual in Guild Wars 2 a lower denominator. I mean, I'm not. I mean, it depends what we mean by competitive. I mean, I know what you mean. But I'm not sure if competition is like fundamentally like, well, I mean, is competition like fundamentally uncasual? Like, I guess to an extent it is. Because basically what competition means in PvE is that if you are unwilling to put in effort, you will eventually not be able to progress any further. Like, for example, I think a really good example of this is like pauses, basically. So if you want to get into good groups in WoW, if you're unwilling to improve your gameplay, you eventually just won't be able to, right? Because like players will not accept you into the groups because you don't perform well enough. So is that anti-casual? I don't know, maybe. It depends what you mean by this. It's complex. Like, is a game... I think the interesting question is, and I kind of got into this on Twitter, is a game anti-casual if you can't fully progress the game with zero effort? Does that make a game anti-casual? Because if that's the case, if that's basically people's definition for this, that if you cannot fully progress with no effort, the game is anti-casual, then yeah, I'm in favor of anti-casual game mechanics. I think it's actually really important that skill is rewarded, and I think it is necessary that if you reward skill, there has to be some benefit to that skill, right? That there has to be some kind of payoff for actually playing the game better. But, you know, to be fair, I actually do think this is one of the key selling points of Guild Wars 2, is actually that it is like this. I think, you know, when a lot of people quit WoW to play Guild Wars 2, I actually think it's exactly that they're sick of. They're sick of the fact that you can't progress unless you're willing to basically be a little bit competitive in World of Warcraft. And I think that's fair. I think that's fair that people feel that way. But I think I see that a lot in the posts of people saying they've come to try Guild Wars 2, is they're basically fed up with the competitive nature of World of Warcraft, which I think is an interesting perspective. But I wish we would talk about it that way, right? Because the way people talk about it is weird, in my opinion. It's like, although to be fair, it's because people don't. I think it's because not everyone's a nerd like me and doesn't think about this stuff a fair bit. But it's not really that. It's not really that you can't do this. It's that you don't want to, right? And the game is saying if you want to go any further, you have to basically put more effort in, right? And some people don't like that. I don't know.
Lizards say that the Marsat knew about the Mistborn.
I think more legendary skin variants are a lot behind CM's legendaries. It would be incentivized players to these modes and tend to be better. I think so, yeah. But I also think that if they did that, if they actually did end up doing that, I think that the community would complain so much and ArenaNet would cave. And I wouldn't blame them, actually. It's like the Dragon's End situation, right? Like, it will be a repeat of Dragon's End. And bear in mind, Dragon's End was for a relatively easy open world, you know, relatively, compared to, say, like, a raid CM, easy. Like, something like Suwon is, like, much, much easier than, let's say, doing, like, Greer CM or something like that. And people, like, lost their shit over, over that, right? So I don't think that's realistic. Like, ArenaNet set a precedent that the game isn't like that. It's probably a little bit too late for that. Oh, the Woad skins? Yeah, I actually kind of like that. Those were World vs. That was actually really cool, I think. But yeah, they caved, didn't they? Yeah, they made, yeah. And that, bear in mind, guys, that's not a World vs. World rule that requires skill. All that requires is effort, like actually playing the game. And people cried so much about it that they actually caved and added them to PvE as well, right? So imagine if they tried to, like, add skill-gated rewards to the game. It's not gonna happen. All right. It's going to be a pretty short stream today, guys. I'll probably stream for like another hour. I need to be up bright and early, because I need to hit the gym before the stream. And I'm probably going to be aiming to go live, guys, at like 12, well, like midday, basically. That's the goal. So that is the dream. That's what we're doing. And I'll be streaming for like 14 hours, something stupid. We're going to go big. In a different group? Wait, for what? For what, Jester? You mean the fractal or something? Oh, the fractal? I mean, yeah, I'll just pug. It's normal mode. It's not. And I'm not even doing fractal. I'm probably doing fractal last. I'm doing the. I'm gonna do the meta first, I think. Meta. I'll do the meta first, then maybe the story. No, I'll do the meta, then the convergence, then the story, then the fractal, I think. Games can be casual, also more skill-based. Other trends to Guild 2. I guess better players clear raids faster. Whereas the in-game LFG matchmaking needs improvement. Well, I think it's just that, well, no, it's not that. It's that, raid rewards are just bad, right? Raid rewards and in general, like, the harder the content is in Guild Wars 2, in general, I'd say the less rewarding it is. Which is kind of an issue, right? Like, you're not gonna get good gold per hour from doing strike CMs. Like almost no players in the game are gonna get actually rewarded for doing strike CMs or raid CMs. That's kind of an issue. Like the juice isn't worth the squeeze, right? Like for almost all the player base.
Wasn't enough for them, seems like.
Meta a lot behind the story, and you'll have to get to the map, yeah. So I'll obviously do like a little bit of the story first. Because I'm going to need to actually get to the map, and there'll be probably a story step that takes you there. So are you in game? Yes, here I am. There's a sweet spot in which Guild Wars 2 does it well. Everyone can enjoy the gameplay regardless of effort. There's extremes of gameplay. They're also not so typical. Zero effort, ultra optimized rating. I know, of course, there is a sweet spot, yeah. And to be fair, I actually think this is one of Guild Wars 2's weaknesses, to be honest. I think other games do this a fair bit better. I think other games typically do reward skill a lot more than Guild Wars 2 does. Or like reward effort. I'm not even sure if skill is the right word. Like Guild Wars 2 doesn't require effort very much. Like that's the issue. The biggest reward should be some titles, maybe some unique cosmetics. Hard, maybe. Yeah, but if you do that, that's just not going to motivate people to actually be good at the game. That's the reality. Unless you foster a very... If you want to make that work, you basically need to have like a very competitive culture. And you can do that. Like other games have stuff like this. Like people compete for leaderboards and stuff like that. That's absolutely a thing. It's very uncommon in MMOs. I think the only game that actually has that type of culture is WoW. I don't think there's any other... Actually, RuneScape. Like people are very competitive in RuneScape as well, I think. Like RuneScape and WoW have a pretty competitive culture, but I don't think any other MMO does. And you have to really foster that. Like if you wanna have that, like basically no rewards oriented, right? Then you need to really foster that competitive side of your community and kind of like glorify it, right? You need to have stuff like the Race to Worlds First in World of Warcraft. You need to have MDI. You need to have Mythic Plus leaderboards. You have to have Hall of Fame, right? Which is, you know, a reward for basically being the first 200 guilds to clear the raid. Like you have to really lean into that if you want to maintain that. You have to lean into it. Because again, I'm actually personally I'm fine with that, and you know, in an interesting way, I actually really agree with you in a lot of ways. I find it really weird that people end up doing content they don't particularly like because they want to see the number go up. Like, there's definitely like a sizable number of players who play WoW who only raid Mythic purely for the gear, and they basically hate Mythic raiding. They only do it because they want to have like better eye level. And I'm actually not the biggest fan of that. I'd actually kind of agree with you on this. That it's actually undesirable for it to be that way. However, you would definitely have less people raiding Mythic, like if you remove that. Like it would like significant. It would probably like be a relatively significant hit to the player population. So it's kind of a complex one. Yeah.
Spears are great and all, but sometimes
even Vertical Bros run out eventually. Yeah, that's when they slap you with another season, though, right? That's why they have to like continuously move on to give you more items to go after. That's like the seasonal nature of the game. Max at the relevance stopped playing. They didn't know if it was fun of it. Yeah, and I think this is actually such a brain growing to be slave to the number go. Tremor is just the truth. I'm not gonna lie, no. I don't think it's fair to put that on WoW. In my opinion, that's a human thing. I think humans love to watch the number go up. You think people don't want to see the number go up in Guild Wars 2? Of course they do. People love to see the number go up in this game. Why do you think they keep adding masteries? Why do you think, you know, they have gold in this game? It's because people want to see the number go up. Like, people absolutely want to see the number go up in Guild Wars. This is not a WoW thing. This is a human thing. People like it when the number goes up. It's why, think about ARPGs. Like, ARPGs aren't they the epitome of this? ARPGs as a genre are literally watch the number go up games, right? That is what they are. That is what their purpose is you watch the number go up. And I'm not even roasting that, by the way. There's absolutely, I have zero problem with that, obviously. I'm just saying that is why people like this stuff, is because the number goes up. WoW is an ARPG. I actually think WoW does have a lot in common with ARPGs, actually. I think that's true. Yo, dude, that golem is charged up. There's no point doing a buff plus 10 IO score. People still have the push keys. Absolutely, yeah. Is something a score is enough? It absolutely is, yeah. And again, Blizzard like really lean into that. There's a special title for doing 3k IO. There's like a title for doing all 3 roles, I think. You get a mount and shit. There's like a whole bunch of stuff, right? Like they lean into it pretty well, for sure. The number of hard encounters you mentioned, there's a healthy number go up. Well, here's the interesting thing though. I don't think, I mean, that's basically what WoW's number is. I'm not gonna lie, like WoW's number is how, you know, how much damage have you done? How quickly did you clear Mythic? What key can you do? So I think WoW actually does have that. That's like a big part of it. But also, I don't think it's unhealthy. I don't think it's unhealthy for you to be done with a game. You know, it's weird. When people say, oh, you know, people maxed out their character and quit. I don't view that as a problem, really. Because it's like, well, if you finish the game, then you finish the game. You just come back when you didn't finish the game. So I don't really see that as an issue. Incredible. Is a video game was unhealthy, really? Yeah, I mean, unless the game is like encouraging you to gamble, I don't think it. I think it's fine. Yeah, exactly. If you finish Mario, I mean, look, if you finish Mario and you like get all the, if you're playing Mario 64, right, and you get all of the stars, right, you do 120 stars, and then you stop playing, has the game failed? I don't think so. Right? You know, you would wait for the next game, right? Like when they release the next Mario game, right? And then you would go and complete that one too. I don't think it's a problem that, you know, you're just kind of done with it. And like the you know, kind of doing that completionism was part of the experience for you. And when it's gone, you're kind of done with it. I don't think that's an issue. And I think that's exactly what happens with MMOs too, right? Is that, you know, people complete the game, they get all their items or they get all the skins or whatever, and then that's it. Like that's enough for them. I think that's not a failure of the game, really. It's just like a different way of engaging with the game. Oh, no, I'm not playing the Forbidden one. We need to play the Forbidden one, guys, while it still exists. The Forbidden one. Embrace the Forbidden one, guys. Yeah, if a player plays through your entire game, that's a pretty big win, to be honest with you.
Up ahead, there should be good spots to search.
That's victory right there. There was a large amount of damage onto the game's history because then it couldn't learn to say no to people. Just wanted to log in, turn off the RAM for 30 minutes and be given anything. I think, I mean, it will be very interesting to see the approach they take, yeah. Or like what they'll end up doing. I'm really curious to see like what Guild Wars 3 looks like. New relics? Yeah, that's correct, yeah. Have to do achievements? Yes, yeah, that's right. The Spectre's going to be the... Yeah, the Spectre might be the new Forbidden one. It's actually possible. Prop Pally or Guardian for new M+ tank? I would say Guardian is an excellent tank to start playing on. At the end of the day, try them both, right? See which one you like the most, right? Like, see what gameplay style you prefer. But, yeah, Guardian is a really good place to start, I think. By kind of, like, learning the fundamentals of how tanking works. Embrace the bear. Beggar. But yeah, listen. This is what I have to say. If you want people to get good at a video game, you have to give them a reason to do so. And the really big problem, well, I actually don't like framing this as a problem, by the way, because let me actually be really clear on this. I want to actually outline my position very carefully here. I don't think it is a problem if people aren't good at video games, or if your game doesn't encourage you to do so. Okay, I want to make, I'm making a descriptive claim here, guys. I'm not making a normative claim for all the nerds out there. I am describing how things are. I'm not saying it should be one way or the other. But if you want people to actually learn and get good, you have to provide a reason for them to do so. Some kind of motive for them to do that. In Guild Wars 2, there isn't really a motive to do that. And that's why people aren't good at the game. That's why people don't learn the game. It's not complexity. It's not the difficulty of the game, because there are games that are just as complex and just as difficult, and, you know, the games are different, right? The culture is different in other games, right? Like, it is everything to do with, in a lot of other games, there is a motivation for the player. Good or bad, you can say it's healthy or unhealthy or this or that or whatever, but there are motivations present in other games that incentivize you to get better and learn about those games. And those things are kind of absent in Guild Wars 2. 80, would you say Guild Wars 2 efficiency is worth it that stage you're playing? I mean, it's a really useful resource, yeah. Do you have to worry about it? Is it, like, essential? Not really, but I personally find it pretty handy, yeah. It's good for crafting stuff because it can lay out the recipes for you really well. There's no push for WoW players to be good either. Oh, no, I don't agree with that. The motivation for people to get good in WoW is you get the best items, so you pump the hardest DPS. And you have titles for performing well, you have mounts for performing well, you have leaderboards for performing well, obviously. So no, I don't agree with that. Yeah, they have, yeah, like, I mean, I think there's absolutely incentive for players to get good in that game. There's, like, a lot of social prestige as well. Like, it's a, you know, if you know, you'll get street cred, basically, if you play well. And, you know, you can have a reputation and shit. Yeah, and you can also play the game professionally. That's, yeah, you can do that too. Maybe not the best goal for everyone, but, you know, it's there. Does that incentivize casuals as much as already competitive players? Well, no, but that... Whoa. Now, here's the thing, though. We have to be a little bit careful with what we're saying here. I am of the opinion that you don't really... Actually, yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It does incentivize casuals. Yes. In the context that you're talking about, I would use the term a little bit differently, but I think that's actually pointless. It would muddy the waters here for no reason. I'm not going to quibble over definitions. In the context you're using, yes, it does incentivize casual players to actually think about their gear and actually think about their build and actually think about stuff like rotation and mechanics, right? And actually think about, like, trying some of the more challenging content, whether that be, like, fucking Mythic Plus or Delves or, like, normal rating or heroic rating or whatever. Yes, yeah, it does. Dude, I want to do the, when does the... Wait. Yeah, this is the one. This is the Mersat one. Oh, no, it's not. The southern one is the Mersat one. This is the wrong one. Having a blast with your Panda Monk. Ah, very good roleplay. Have you streamed every day of 2025? I have, yeah. A lot of casuals doing the thing in WoW and don't care. Oh, yeah, I completely agree, yeah. I think that's true in, like, every game. 100%. I'm completely with you on that. But I think that the game has good structures, and that the way the game plays out, it has, like, good structures that kind of encourage you to learn. And ultimately, for better or for worse, I think there is a little bit of social pressure to perform in that game as well. And that can manifest in negative ways too. Double first scarf indeed. And I do think the one thing that I really like about WoW is that it has this really cool competitive culture around it, right? Like surrounding, you know, Mythic Plus. I mean, just yesterday, right? We had, of course, the MDI finals, very exciting, and of course, it's like the Race to Worlds first, all that kind of cool stuff as well. Well, which you definitely know about. I think there's a lot of cultural engagement with that, and I think that trickles down, right? I think that you know, the culture in the game is kind of informed by some of this stuff, and again, that's very much like for better or for worse, right? There's certainly some negative. There's look, you know, when your tank and your weekly 12 starts trying to do pulls that he saw on MDI, you know, you hate to see that. Like, you know, you don't want to see that sometimes. But yeah, for better or for worse, I think that, you know, there is this culture of like, yeah, let's blast, let's pump, right? Which I think leads to like a really strong culture of improvement and in kind of a weird way, accessibility too. I think that you can absolutely kind of climb the ladder in that game. And there's like a lot of people, a lot of resources, like loads of streamers, Discords where you can like learn how to play the game and stuff too. I think he said that Mythic Plus and Raiden were very different, but didn't the world's first race team come in MDI? Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of overlap there. And yeah, basically like all of the top teams are going to have guilds that are involved in very high level raiding as well. Or there'll be a very significant overlap there, yeah.
This must be the path the Titans took. Their spawns still cling to the area, even after their creator's death.
Quite the feast.
Mythic and raiding and Mythic Plus are very relative. What do you mean by that?
We first
I think they're very different. Like a player, they're very different and like test different skill sets. But it's definitely possible to be like, obviously like world class in both, as like many of the players who play in MDI are, right? They're like obviously world class raiders and also world class Mythic Plus players. Skill set, game knowledge. Oh yeah, sure. They test different parts of those things because, you know, doing a progression, having a progression experience on a raid boss is not, it's not really the same thing as kind of like speed running a dungeon almost. Like there are like different skill sets there, but obviously yeah, there's like a lot of overlap for sure. Not like a footballer going to golf. Oh no, of course not. Like ultimately it's the same game, right? M plus S terrible raid for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Like, I think being, like, really good in Raid or really good in M+, doesn't necessarily mean that you're immediately going to be really good in the other game mode. The problem is, well, same every patch, M+ Raid PvP, they don't add something new. I actually think that's a fair point. I do really wish that, I would love... you know, it's actually interesting because... This kind of was the case before I played WoW, right? Is that the open world was kind of relevant. Like, you know, you could do it to, like, grind up your Azerite power or whatever, your Ardfor power. I'm not totally familiar. I didn't play in Legion or BFA, right? But, like, I think the open world used to be a little bit more relevant. Now it's kind of only relevant very early in an expansion a lot of the time. And sometimes, like, for catch-up and so on, for, like, gearing ults and so on. I would kind of love to see if they put a bit more effort into open world, because, you know, I like Guild Wars 2, so I'd love to see them do kind of like open world style content. Like world bosses, I think, are pretty hype. But like all the world bosses they add to the game, they're pretty lame, to be honest. In retail right now, they're not overly impressive, to be honest. But I'm just not sure how popular that would be. Like this is the problem with this is kind of the problem with a vertical progression game, right? Is that if you have a vertical progression game, if you're kind of limited on what you can do in a way, because if you say, okay, if you want to get BIS, you need to do dungeons and raids and open world too, that's going to cause a lot of friction with the player base, right? I mean, there's already, to an extent, you could argue, a little bit of friction now with delves, because there are some delve trinkets that are actually really good. The energy drink, for example, the funhouse lens or whatever, these are actually really strong trinkets, right? And they're a little bit annoying to get, and if you don't particularly like delves, let's say you're, you know, a big raider or a big Mythic Plus player, for example, and you don't like delves, then that could be a little bit annoying, right? And if you add you add additional friction points into the game, like say, oh, well, now every raider has got to go, you know, go grind open world too. People are going to be a little bit upset with that, right? I believe this actually kind of used to be the case, actually, whereas if you were and you know, I'll tell you a little secret, guys. I actually think that this kind of stuff is kind of cool, but I'm not sure if I'd like to see it in the game, because obviously some people would hate this stuff. As I understand it, if you wanted to get BIS in World of Warcraft, you would actually have to do PvP as well, right? Or at least it would be highly beneficial to engage in PvP. I kind of like that. I'm the kind of guy, I love kind of having a, you know, rewarding mastery of the whole game, not just one specific game mode. But that's like a line you have to be really careful crossing, right? You've got to be super, super careful crossing that, because obviously PvP is like a very different thing. And that is going to piss people off, right? You have to do PvP to essentially get, like, you know, exactly the kind of setup that you're looking for, right?
Ancient necromancy. He's trying to
Exactly, yeah. Forcing people to do PvP, that is, you know, that is a bit questionable. I will definitely admit that. I will admit that.
Then we topple this thing first. Double time.
Look, I think it's kind of base. I think if you get rewarded for, you know, full mastery of the game, that's kind of hype. Hype, indeed. Hey, Kellen Wong, thanks for the prime. Is it the case in Classic? Yeah, like the high-ranking PvP gear is extremely good in Classic. Although, I feel like it's kind of a little bit less relevant in Classic because in a weird way, gear isn't as important in Classic. I think that's kind of one of the reasons why people like it. It's like, gear is obviously good, right? In Classic, and very powerful. Like, Classic is a very, very vertical game. But you don't... How do I put this? It's like...
Spilling over. Wayfinder, collect it and shoot.
In some ways, it's not as important. Like, you know, not having full BIS... I don't know. I don't know, actually. I'm not sure what I think of. I need to think about that. It's a weird situation, I think. It's quite strange. I don't think it bothers people as much. Like the fact that you know, like some really strong items come from PvP in that game. But I think that's because of the nature of how the progression is in that game. Oh no. Wait, am I dead here? This is looking bad, guys. Get me out of here. Oh. I think that AoE just did nothing. Classic, you can see the end. Retailers are constantly moving forwards. I think that's part of it, yeah. That's definitely part of it. I expect Sunglass to get full epic PvP. I mean, I'm sure you have to do that in, like, speedrun guilds, but... I mean... Well, I also feel that, like... Are we talking about, like, the Legacy realms? Like, what is it called? Like, Era? I think Era is weird because of... You know, obviously only like the really dedicated nerds are playing Era, right? Or like the pretty dedicated nerds are playing that. So I imagine the culture there is a little bit different to, you know, to let's say like the you know, SOD or something. Like as games mature, the scene is kind of, you know, it's gonna go in that direction, right?
Your construct is gone, Mercite. It's just you.
Boosted to 2.1 in Arena of every race. There it is. There you have it. We love to see that. We absolutely love to see that.
Yeah? What about them?
Incredible.
Let's get underway.
Get your hands off me, you insects! You...
Mouse and keyboard macros work well in Guild Wars, or is it skill rotation? Nah, you don't macro in this game, and you're not really supposed to use them either. Like, there's basically like a rule that says one input, one action. There actually is an exception. You're allowed to use a dodge jump macro, so you're allowed to hit spacebar or jump and dodge at the same time. You're allowed to put that into a little macro. You can do that with auto hotkey. That is legal. But yeah, to kind of take it back to the initial conversation, it's just something that I have consistently seen people talk about, and I feel like they get it wrong. Like, my big point with this, guys, is, I mean, I said it on Twitter, right? I think if you want people to improve and learn your game, you need to give them some reason to. That can be vertical prog, that can be a shit ton of gold, that can be really cool skins, right? Like, I mean, it could be anything, right? You know, it could be anything. You've got to give them some kind of motivation to do that, though. And if your game doesn't have that or doesn't have that very much, then at the end of the day, like, you're not really going to have that. You're not going to have, like, a lot of people, like, really engage with the game's mechanics, right? You've got to give people something. And, oh, I should also say it can be competition, right? It can be competition, too. So, you know, you can have Race to Worlds First, you can have leaderboards, right? Like, you can have, you know, all this kind of stuff, you know? Like, that's what you need in order to kind of get people, like, really engaged with the game. And I don't think it has to be vertical prog. For those who, you know, I'm sure many of you guys are aware of this, I'm not really the biggest fan of vertical prog. If I could, I would only play on the tournament realm in World of Warcraft. I love the tournament realm more than I love life itself. However, I obviously understand and respect that, you know, a lot of people like vertical progression. And that's fair enough. You know, you can, that is okay. I'll allow it, okay? I'll allow it just this once. Okay, I'll let you have that one. Hype for the update? Oh, yeah, I'm very interested. I'm actually very interested to see what ArenaNet cooks up. I'm very... Also, thanks for the raid, boys. I appreciate that, bro. Yeah. And, yeah. You know, I'm not here just to completely glaze World of Warcraft, but it's honestly my favorite thing about WoW is how competitive the game is. It's really exciting to me. It is awesome. I cannot wait for the next Race to Worlds First. MDI was fucking cinema, obviously. It was based... Okay, and next Race to Worlds First is going to be absolute fire. I am very much hoping for a 3-horse race this time around. Some exciting developments on the roster front. Very cool stuff. It's going to be amazing. It better be good. Okay, the raider better be good. The last boss better be fucked up. Okay, that's Blizzard. If you're watching this Guild Wars 2 stream, the last boss needs to be insanely fucked up. It's time. Yeah. That raiding is the hardest content in the game? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to compare. To be honest, I'd actually want to. I'd want to ask the players. If I had to guess, I want to say in general, Race to Worlds First is valued above stuff like MDI. I think, but it honestly might vary on like a player to player basis. It's like a personal thing. But I want to say the community values Race to Worlds First more. It definitely get a lot of it definitely gets a lot more engagement on Twitch, right? Like when the Race to Worlds First is popping, it's like 250,000 or more watching all the streams. Like Max is popping off, Echo and Liquid, obviously their production method as well, popping off, all that kind of stuff. So I want to say that's how it goes, but yeah, I don't know. It's probably personal, right? It depends like what you care about as a player. And touch Liquid. I mean, yeah, Liquid they're looking pretty beast mode, that's for sure. And yeah, there's obviously some cannibalism going on in the EU scene that I imagine is adding a whole lot of complexity to the situation. But yeah, Liquid, they're definitely on a roll. Of course, they're obviously looking to get the full expansion sweep, is what they're going to be looking to do, obviously. But yeah, it's actually remarkable. I'm really curious actually on, I guess on your perspective here actually on this. It's like, it feels like the Race to Worlds First like keeps heating up more and more and more. Like I remember watching, you know, one of the things that actually started to get me interested in WoW again was actually the BFA Race to Worlds First, which I believe was kind of like one of the first ones that kind of turned into a very large event with, you know, Battle for Desire Lore, right? Very, very exciting. And it just feels like it's just got hotter and hotter like every single time. Like the guild's just going crazier and crazier, getting better and better and better.
Perhaps one day we will be able to prevent this from happening again.
Season 3 is going to be a steamroll. Listen, why would you even say that? Don't ruin my hopes and dreams. 20 mages? It's a lot of mages. The Magus. Listen. Enjoy, look, enjoy your 15 splits, or I guess 20 splits. Have fun with that. That's what I'm talking about. That's real gaming right there. Look, eventually they'll remove the mythic lockout. You can do mythic splits as well. Hell yeah. Content. Do you think Max would manipulate the scene if he thought talking to many good players would damage the scene too much? I think framing it that way, framing it that way is weird. I think that all of these top guilds are going to be looking to get the best players they possibly can. Like they will be constantly looking in guild, you know, up and coming players. They're looking at other guilds, right? They're, you know, like everyone knows each other, right? Like all of these players are, you know, there's a lot of social connections, I imagine. Obviously, like many of the players, in fact, in Liquid, Echo, Method, the top guilds, have played in all of them, right? You know, they'll have played in this guild for a bit, and they play in this guild for a little bit. They played in, like, different guilds on the way up and so on. I wouldn't really frame it as, I wouldn't frame it as, like, manipulation. It's just... that's just the way it is, right? Like, you know, the guilds are competing for players, right? I guess that's the way you've got to think about it, right? Is that the guilds are competing with each other to give the best offer, the best experience to these players. And of course, like the best chance of winning, right? You know, like a player might go, well, I think X guild is going to do better. I want to see if I can get involved with them, right? Like they're, you know, they're pumping, they're going crazy. I want to see if I can get involved in that team, right? Like, so I don't think it's like malicious or anything, right? In these types of situations. Yeah, people care about winning, right? People are here to win. So it's not really about like, oh, we're gonna screw over that other guild, right? I don't know. Obviously, there's a bit of drama that goes on here and there. So you know, not everyone gets along. That's just the reality. That's just the way it is, right? But I don't think it's like super evil or anything. Dude, this event is actually kind of high tier. A new map? Yeah, there's a new map next patch, guys.
Contesting my own. Something ancient. Something.
People don't like a constant winner and affects the viewership. Oh yeah, it's always good for it to be competitive. And obviously that's always the concern, right? Like if one guild becomes too dominant, it's way less exciting. I think that's why Liquid, well, Limit at the time, of course, when they started to, you know, seriously win, that was awesome. That was like, wow, this is the sickest fucking shit ever. But, you know, I believe that kind of started in Shadowlands, if I'm not mistaken, where you know, where things started to really heat up between these two, between the top guilds, right? It was kind of, it's kind of like Method versus, it was like Method, Echo, and then Liquid started to pop up and do extremely well. That's cool. That's actually based. I always feel like this part of this event is so weird. Am I wrong on this? It feels very strange. Like you kind of sit here and then throw stuff.
Taste but a sliver of the seer's suffering.
We going in?
They thrashed at us
Surely I can go in actually.
with rage and desperation.
Next map is the tunnel. I mean, it's pretty likely there's some kind of tunnel-like element. It may not be the tunnel, but it's probably a tunnel. Like a tunnel is a relatively common map feature. Incredible. Yeah, I'm actually dead. I have condies. I am a condition. Yeah, everyone loves an upset. Everyone loves an upset in competitive, in any competition really. It's hype. Because the fans of the favorite get mad, okay, and obviously like everyone's like, oh shit, are they going to be able to win? Very exciting stuff. It's actually one of my WoW aspirations. Is not necessarily to play. I'm a fucking noob, but I definitely want to get involved in the in some of the competitive gaming in WoW at some point in some sense. Because listen, guys, Okay? That's what all of my years of running tournaments in this game has been all about. It's all been part of my master plan, guys. Okay? It's my master plan. I run tournaments for like 10 years in this game that I infiltrate the WoW scene and take over from within. And then, okay, when I have access to production on all these like really big streams, you know, all the Race to World's first stream, then I just put my Guild Wars 2 referral link in massive text over the screen, and that is fucking job done, my friends. Okay? That is job done. Easy. Hell yeah. Very chill, get to play him Turbo Friday. Well, yeah, I can definitely understand that. You know, it's like, you know, WoW is definitely like very intense. Like, obviously, you know, we don't raid at your level, but like we had some pretty serious burnout in our guild this tier with a lot of people going to go like, okay, right, I've had enough of that. I've had enough of that. And look, we only did one split, okay? We didn't do 20 splits.
My thanks, Wayfinder. I'll conjure up the mist search again.
Doing MDI as well. Just ran it hard down mid. Hell yeah. That is good content.
We reach dozens. Not so more souls for the choir.
Wait. It's over. Yeah, I have Spectral Agony. I'm defeated. Yeah, no, that's very cool stuff. I haven't really had time to I didn't really push. Man, I haven't had like a good push season since season 3 of Dragonflight. Season 3 of Dragonflight is when I went like pretty degen. I definitely want to actually try hard a little bit, and I want to try hard a little bit and in like next season. The thing is, man, like kind of the MDI qualifiers starting basically while we're still in raid progression is like very intense. Like that's like a very intense situation. Because obviously like we're going to take a little while to clear the raid. Actually a fun season. You missed out. Yeah, for sure. I'm probably going to be kind of getting into it towards the end of the season. I'm currently working on a couple things. I've got to stabilize the guild, get it running nice and smooth for the next season. But yeah, I definitely do want to push a little bit for sure. Try and see if we can get some IO at the end of the season. How long does Guild Wars 2 progress last? So it's a little bit varied. The last boss took about a week to kill, approximately. But the game is also a little bit less competitive as well, so there is that. But also, again, it's a little bit varied. Sometimes bosses can kind of flop over a little bit. Here we go. We will now defeat Yagon. It's time. Live for less than her or a full week. There is no in between. I mean, that is kind of how it be. But I think they do want to make stuff that's consistently difficult as well. That's for sure. Thing is about the latest boss, it was like a really brutal DPS check. It was more of like a test of like very extreme optimization. And also, it was pretty high RNG as well. Yeah, and like the stacking sigil situation as well. That is a classic. We love to see it.
Insolent worms.
It's actually fucking lucky. It's lucky those stacking sigils worked there. Otherwise, that would have been a little bit of a problem. The pond, yes. Embrace the pond. Yeah, it's funny actually. Like I did speak to, like Scripe was interested in playing Guild Wars 2 at some point, and so was Max, but never really ended up happening actually.
My gift to this world is eternal.
Maybe Method will be the guild that comes to Guild Wars 2, huh? Yeah.
Continue its everlasting lament.
But it's very positive. Oh yeah, it's a really good game. It has its issues, but on the whole, it's a good game for sure.
Our sacrifice against Satan.
What would it take for Guild Wars 2 X-Pack 6 in order to put WoW down? People there are crazy. I mean, yeah, PvP is it's something. Yeah, it's definitely something. Cooked individuals. Yeah, I think if they added like Mythic Plus to the game. The thing is though, I don't think I would put WoW down. I wouldn't put WoW down pretty much no matter what, because the thing that I really like about WoW is basically my friends play that game now, and I don't really have as much of a community in Guild Wars 2 anymore. And I also really like how competitive WoW is, and that really attracts me to the game. You know? So essentially nothing, right? Like essentially nothing. It cannot be done. Titan Quest? Oh, we'll probably do them at some point, yeah. What Fractals pre-M Plus kind of inspired M Plus? I'm not sure how true that is, to be honest. I think it was more inspired by Diablo 3 Rifts, as I understand it. But they're definitely pretty similar, yeah. With like what they do. But yeah, I will also play both. I'll be playing the Guild Wars 2 expansion, and I'll also be playing WoW. I play both, right? I haven't like uninstalled Guild Wars 2. I definitely primarily play WoW now, but Guild Wars 2 is definitely a good game. I still enjoy playing the game. It's just that like my really big problem with Guild Wars 2 is just that I don't really have a lot of like-minded players to play with, so I find the experience quite lonely. And I don't know. It's actually weird, you know. I haven't really thought of myself this way, but it's kind of one of those things like you don't realize what you had until you don't have it anymore, until you've lost it. I didn't realize how important to me having a really solid community of people that I could play the game with is, and I just don't really have that anymore in this game, you know. And that's just changed it. Like it's just not the same anymore. Like even like disregarding any changes to the game. So just put that aside from it. Obviously the game has changed and so on, like whatever. But that's not even important here. Like the thing that is like that I really struggle with, I just don't really have that social experience. Right? I don't have the social experience anymore in Guild Wars 2. So yeah, that's the situation. Like the thing that would get me like really engaged with Guild Wars 2 would be that social element coming back into the game. This map's actually pretty good, to be honest. Then look, the meta event, guys, look, that is the ultimate test. The meta event needs to be good, guys. That is the true test
Bloodstone.
of the next patch. The patch tomorrow, oof, oof. Come on. That is what we need. We need a good meta event. We're in business. That happens. Big patch. Huge patch, even. I'm actually really curious what they cooked up. They've obviously, they've shown the Gorseval. They've shown the Gorseval model off, so maybe they've got some content. Wolvers will meta after the next battle. They're roaming the only way still.
Well, maybe it's not the Bloodstone after all. Maybe it's
I don't know. We'll actually see. We'll see what Wolverswood looks like, I guess. After the patch, I think my issue with World versus World is, I think, similar to the problems I have with PvE right now. Is that, look, I don't. I kind of want to play with people who want to try hard a little bit. I don't enjoy playing casually, right? That is not the type of experience that I like, guys. Okay, I'm a degenerate nerd. Absolute degenerate nerd. And it's difficult for me to find that type of community that I'll get along with, basically. I'm not the biggest fan of the World vs. World meta right now, but I think I would enjoy it no matter what if I was playing with, coaching with Fungus isn't an option anymore. I don't think that.
Keen observation.
I don't want to have to coach people. I want people to want to get better and do it on their own. I don't want to have to be there, like, holding people's hand the entire time with improvement. I'm fine with doing. I'm definitely fine with doing that. Once people, like at a more advanced level, I guess. So like doing refinement, but I don't want to have to like force people to improve. I don't want to have to force people to improve. Do you create Fungus think it would be turned to be a more hardcore World versus World guild?
The spirits there were nothing like here. Here they're tormented.
Not exactly. There's a little bit of copium there, I guess. A little bit of copium, I suppose, but I was definitely hoping that people would engage and kind of try hard a bit. But did I truly think that would happen? I guess maybe not. I don't know.
Sure, Paul.
What? Why me?
Wing 8 CMs on NA. I'd say it was pretty decent.
Unlikely. But it must be something nearby. And I think we're about to find out. Keep your guard up.
Blovy Bulbing here. I don't agree, actually. I think it's actually very skill sensitive. If you play correctly, it is non-trivial. Difficult in this game to find guilds. It is, yeah. A lot of there's for a variety of reasons. Like first of all, people mostly play this game solo, right? It's true for all games. Obviously, it's true for WoW as well. But like, it's a very, very high percent of people who play solo, right? So there's not as much of like a guild culture, I guess. Quite ironic given the name, but there isn't really that culture really, because the game is so soloable. Like, there isn't really a lot of pressure to kind of join guilds, and a lot of it kind of managed on Discord as well, right? It's like people don't really use the in-game guilds. People use Discord servers to get shit done, pretty much.
Is another ghost.
Not just any ghost, Mouse. I am Manikaz, the blood phenom. Prodigal son of... Oh. A familiar face.
Yeah, guild discoverability in game will be nice for sure.
Unfortunately.
Don't care who you are. Step away from the Bloodstone. This is your only warning.
Even now, Darda, Optimus Lazarus, I hear their impertinent words, stifling me, holding me back. No more.
Those incantations. Ancient necromancy. He's
I
trying
hear
to
it.
siphon life force to resurrect himself.
It's gonna be hard to stop it with this bloody behemoth swatting us like flies.
Then we topple this thing first. Double time.
I will improve my odds.
Spectral clothes. Watch where you step.
What's the easier to get into raids as a new player? Slap a build on and get in there.
Pouring magic into the elemental.
Spilling over. Wayfinder, collect it and shield yourself against his attacks.
Like rats, scouring from
Leech? No, do not leech. Put in effort. Learn the game.
I will improve my odds.
It's over. I'm out. Okay, but consider this. Consider what? How to buy raids in guilds? There actually is. Silhouette Gaming made one. They're tryhard guilds. Why don't you join them? I'm a little bit of a special snowflake. I kind of like to do things my way, to be honest. And also, I actually really like the experience of kind of building a team. It's what I really enjoy, to be honest. Is like building a team up, and also there is another thing as well. Without putting too fine a point on it, like I don't think I really fit into a lot of these guilds, to be honest. Culturally speaking.
Perhaps I will improve my odds.
Spectral clothes. Watch where you step.
Your construct is gone, Mersat. It's just you.
Just. I think I am more than a
Buy
match for a
raids.
few sacrificial lambs.
Yeah? What about them?
What? Get your hands off me, you insect! You... This will not be my end!
Compared to that lunatic, I think.
You're playing PvP or just PvE?
present to work.
Yeah, no, I play like all the game. Oh, you mean in WoW?
Sure,
Oh, in Guild Wars? Oh, yeah, I basically play
Just
all the modes in this game.
Try to prioritize
Got the
our own safety.
7K games on just this account on in PvP.
Point thoroughly made.
I think I'm like, yeah, I'm rank 9,000 in World versus World. We got that going.
A place like this is
Going
ripe
on for us.
documentation.
Yeah, no, I've basically played everything. Yeah. We've look, we got some serious hours here. Like I think 26K on this account. So we're probably at 30K across the board. To be fair, a lot of that's AFK as it always is. PvP arc. Yeah, I will do the PvP arc. We will do that. No, I will play PvP. I'd like to win the monthly. Listen, I haven't had time. Listen, Grim, I haven't had time to win the monthly. I've been too busy carrying the scene on my back, running tournaments for you ungrateful fucks. Okay? In PvE and PvP, by the way. Okay? That's my reality. How am I supposed to do all of it? Okay? What am I supposed to do? Moda delay due to PvP players. Moda delay due to PvP players. Maybe like in Kanye West. A little bit too much. You love to see it. Well, I mean, you don't love to see that, to be honest. You hate to see that. It is what it is. PvP is actually fun. It actually is, yeah. It's probably the game mode that I like the most right now, I think. I just don't really have the time to... right now, I haven't had a lot of time, honestly, just to play video games, actually, over the last, like, year, really. My time's been a little bit limited. I do want to sit down and, like, properly do some tryharding in Guild Wars 2 PvP and in WoW PvE, but I've got to stabilize the guild in World of Warcraft first. Okay. Quite the situation. A lot of players moving away. One of our tanks yoinked by Honolulu. Unbelievable, guys. Unbelievable. Unbelievable stuff. WoW PvP. I'd actually like to try it at some point. I'd like to try it at some point, because it doesn't look very appealing to me, like, looking at gameplay, but, you know, looks can be deceiving, I suppose. I should definitely give it a fair try. Of course, but yeah, I really like Guild Wars 2 PvP, actually. Conquest is a very good game mode. I'm not the biggest fan of deathmatch style PvP. It's one of the reasons why I haven't really got into WoW PvP, I think, is because I really like the Conquest game mode and kind of the objective style PvP that Guild Wars 2 has. I know you can do like rated battlegrounds and stuff, but my understanding is that, like, at the end of the day, like, Arena is kind of like the main PvP mode for World of Warcraft. So it's like, I don't know, whatever.
I'm not sure. I'll head up the left side of the valley and keep the construct energized. Alia, you go right. Wayfinder, collecting any concentrated energy you find along the way will be of great.
There's an abundance.
I do like WoW gameplay more than Guild Wars, so just the community can better such a WoW. That's actually a really complex question to ask. I think Guild Wars 2 has a better combat system overall, but I think the implementation of WoW system is better in general. So what I mean by that is I really like class design in WoW, I think. And I think some of the combat design elements, particularly in PvE in Guild Wars 2, are pretty questionable. Like perma-quickness, perma-alacrity, like perma-every boon in the game and so on, I think is a bit meh. Whereas I really like how WoW's combat fits together, if that makes any sense. I'm sure, you know, everyone's going to have their favorite era of the game. Like, some people will go like, oh, Teapot, you should have played the game back in X expansion. That was when it was good. Now it's dog shit. Like, you know, that's always going to be the case, right? With these types of experiences. But yeah, you know, certainly in PvE, I really like how WoW PvE plays out right now. Like the WoW combat system. But it's complicated. It's definitely a really complicated question to answer. Like, would I say that, like, was Guild Wars 2 during HOT better than WoW? Honestly, maybe. Maybe I would. Maybe I would say that. Or at least, obviously, in my opinion. Because I think that, like, peak Guild Wars 2 was kind of magic. It was pretty, holy shit. Like, this really is something else. Yeah. But it's almost impossible. Almost like really impossible question to answer, I think. I'm not sure I can give you a particularly meaningful answer, really, with that one. Dodge style. It definitely adds some challenges to how you design encounters when you basically have invulnerability frames. in the game. And definitely encounter design is one of the things that I think Guild Wars 2 has struggled with, partially because of that, because of those evade frames. For sure. The way I see it is that it's, or at least like the analogy that I would draw is that essentially like kicks and stops are kind of like dodges in WoW, kind of. Obviously not exactly, but then there's like some analogy there to doing that, right? So you can kind of dodge for other people in a sense, right? You have to like dodge like as a team in some kind of like weird way. So, yeah, Wizard will reset tomorrow? Yeah, it does, yeah. Holy Trinity game? I mean, I'll actually kind of stick up for Guild Wars 2 here. I think people are really quick to condemn Guild Wars 2's kind of lack of Holy Trinity, but I don't know. I think it's workable, to be honest. I think it's workable. Oh, I'm very dead here. I think it's workable to have a game where like any character could potentially like hold aggro, and there's like a lot of different possibilities on how you could approach an encounter. I think there's room for that. I think it's possible. I think it is possible to design really good PvE with Guild Wars 2's combat in mind. I think you have to make it like really action-oriented, like a lot of bullet hell, a lot of dodging, a lot of movement, and so on. I think it's definitely doable. But yeah, certainly challenging. I think it would be easier to do it if you didn't have... I think permanent boons is an issue. It's like a really big problem. Because in World of Warcraft, right, like, the boon in this game that we call protection, guys, right? Like, damage reduction, 33% damage reduction. Like, a class in WoW, you might be able to give everyone in your group protection for, like, 8 seconds every 2 minutes, right? Like, that's the kind of... That's the difference, right? Like, you don't have as many levers to kind of push and pull with in World of Warcraft, in Guild Wars 2, rather, because you have, like, boons all the time. So you have, like, these, like, you're, like, super juiced up all the time. Whereas, I think this is, like, one of the key design problems with the game that makes the game, like, really hard to balance for, or really hard to design encounters for in PvE. Like, you're always strong in Guild Wars 2. Like, in other games, you kind of have longer cooldowns. Like, for example, there's a concept of you have 2-minute cooldowns, DPS cooldowns in World of Warcraft, for example. I imagine there's a similar concept in Final Fantasy. But in Guild Wars 2, you're blasting all the time, right? Like, you're basically at maximum power all the time. So it's kind of like, there's less challenges you can set the player in a way, because you're always at maximum strength a lot of the time in PvE. Or, like, you're at your maximum power, like, a lot more. In PvE, which I think adds, a lot of complexity and, like, or a lot of difficulty in trying to design, like, really compelling PvE encounters. I think it was. In Guild Wars CC made rather than kicks and stuns in WoW. I mean, that's the nature of, like, WoW being full tab target, whereas Guild Wars 2 is more of an action-oriented game. Like, you're not as reliant on targeting enemies or targeting allies. In Guild Wars 2, right? So the concept of a kick is actually very weird. Like, there are actually some kick-like abilities, very notably Headshot on Deadeye is basically kick in Guild Wars 2, or Mantra of Distraction, for example. But a lot of it is more like you do an AoE. Like, everything in Guild Wars 2 is an AoE. It's like every CC in Guild Wars 2 is basically an AoE stop. As opposed to World of Warcraft, where you kind of have differentiation, right? You have, like, a single target stun that you can use. You have an AoE stun that you could use. And, of course, you have a targeted kick, which will interrupt a single enemy that you have to have targeted in order to do that. Whereas Guild Wars doesn't really have that.
If we can overload the construct with an abundance of energy, we may be able to convert it into a bomb.
People dismiss it, and so it's less popular and it gets a lot of budget to really flourish. And that's part of it. I mean, I wouldn't frame it quite like that, though. I think the game has a marketing issue for sure, but let's be real. A lot of the players who kind of dismiss it were actually alienated by the game. Like, there is a reason why all my friends quit this game, right? Like, it didn't happen randomly, right? Like, like my friends didn't quit this game because people were, like, disregarding it. You know what I mean? Like, that isn't what happened. That's not how it worked. But yeah, like, cooked-ass marketing is definitely not, yeah, it's definitely not wasn't great. Essentially abandoning the game multiple times and ignoring multiple game modes, leaving PvE and World vs. World completely unattended for, like, multiple years. Yeah, there are multiple decisions that were made by the studio that really didn't help. And also, look, I love ArenaNet. I'm a genuine sim for this company because I view them as one of the only really ethical companies. I'd put them in kind of like the same category as Larian Studios. They're a very, very ethical company. And I really like that about them. But let's be real, guys. They have had issues with quality control, right? Like, the quality of content has been pretty up and down, yeah? Like, over the course. And that's true of every game, obviously, but we've had some pretty serious ups and downs, right? With the game. Like, it hasn't been smooth. Is PvP actually as dead as everyone says online? Honestly, unfortunately, yes. The PvP population is definitely pretty rough, you know. The population is... it is not uncommon, especially on the NA server, for, like, literal rank 1 players, like some of the best players in the game, to be matched into players in, like, silver or gold, right? Like, that happens quite a lot, unfortunately, particularly on NA, less so on EU. I'd say EU is a fair bit more alive than NA, but yeah, it ain't great. It's a tough one. Will you still get games? Absolutely. You definitely will. But the matchmaking can be a little bit wonky. World vs. World is pretty alive, though, which is like the open world PvP mode, like the group open world PvP. So there is that. Fixating on esports? Look, look, going esports to Guild Wars 2 is base. This game would be the sickest esports MMO ever, and I mean that. Dude, look, let me shit on WoW real quick. Bro, Guild Wars 2 esports could have been so fucking insane. Like, Guild Wars 2 PvP esports would have been actually so godlike. Like, do you guys realize how much of the bad timeline we're living in? Dude, we're living in, like, the worst timeline ever, okay? This sucks. Like, Guild Wars 2 PvP is so fucking good. It would have been sick if they'd actually pushed that a little bit. Bigger Zergs are really weird to me. I mean, it's definitely... Yeah, it's different, that's for sure. It's kind of fun, though. Like, I'll say that. It looks a little bit goofy, but it's content. Eligible to spectate without really being into it? This, in my opinion... Okay, do you know the Guild Wars 2 community's biggest, worst enemy? It's the Guild Wars 2 community. Wait. Actually, no. No, other communities. This is not a Guild Wars 2 thing. But Guild Wars 2 players spread... They... Oh, what am I trying to say here? They shit-talk their own game. And these are like memes that the Guild Wars 2 community made up. People say that Guild Wars 2 PvP is unwatchable. And this is like a meme that is propagated by Guild Wars 2 players. Like, I don't think new players feel this way. And I actually don't think that people looking at the game feel this way. I think this is a Guild Wars 2 player thing, that they have literally loaded a bullet and shot themselves in the foot, right? And then they're like, oh, yeah, look, nobody can understand the game. When it's like an entirely self-inflicted wound. I don't think it's actually nearly as legible as, funnily enough, the Guild Wars 2 player base says. And also, I think a really big part of the legibility of Guild Wars 2 PvP is all about presentation. Like, dude, have you guys seen Mythic Plus and Mythic Raiding in WoW? It's a fucking shit show. Like, it's absolutely chaos in there. But they have sick-ass talent in this game. All of the guilds and all of the streams, they have incredible talent that make it engaging to people who don't necessarily understand that content. Like, it's a big thing about communication as well and personalities, right? Hey, look, you know, you guys might know this, right? Like, Rook from Guild Wars 2 is actually regularly involved in, I guess, you know, Rook, not just Rook from Guild Wars 2, but, you know, Rook from everything, right, is involved in MDI, and a lot of the production does casting for the top guilds, actually, in Race to the Worlds First, and also for WoW competitive esports events, kind of across the board. Yeah, like, you need to have that talent base. You need to have skilled communicators that can essentially express this and make it engaging and exciting for players. And, you know, I'll pat myself on the back here. I'd like to think I'm pretty good at this. I'd like to think that my tournaments, PvE and PvP, are engaging and exciting to watch. Look, you know, I'll pat myself on the back here. We had 17,000 viewers for Elitist Raiding Party 3. And to be fair, a lot of those were from Twitch front page. I actually lucked into getting Twitch front page, actually, for that day. But you know what? Yeah, it was pretty good. You know, I think we were able to turn something that's pretty chaotic and pretty wacky, and we turned it into something that was pretty exciting. And I think, you know, pretty engaging for people to watch. Even people who, the amount of people who said, "Wow, I've never raided before, but that made me want to get involved," or "I've never seen this before, but wow, you know, I'm excited to see this. I don't play PvE, but I want to see this tournament," right? And look, I'm obviously jerking myself off a bit, but you get it, right? Playing on EU? Yeah, I play on EU, yeah. Although I am an ArenaNet partner, so I have transfer powers. One of the shittiest things about WoW, by the way. Okay, why do I, like, because I played in OnlyFans a little bit. I'm paying 2 bloody WoW subs. I had to pay a second sub to go play in OnlyFans on NA. What is going on? Yeah, in Guild Wars, you can just transfer, right? You can, like, move back and forth. I have God powers, though, so I can do it for free and with no cooldown. Very nice. Yeah, see, look, awesomeness. Also, is an actual ArenaNet dev. Got into Guild Wars 2 PvE because of my raid tournaments. That's what I'm talking about, guys. You love to see it. But yeah, you know, I think that, man, I mean, to be fair, if I looked into it, I 100% guarantee, that I'd find similar things in other MMOs too. But I genuinely think that the Guild Wars 2 community propagandizes against itself. I'm not joking. I really do believe that a lot of the kind of little memes within the Guild Wars 2 community are so damaging to the game's reputation. People say, "Oh, you can't get into raids in this game anymore." Like, "Oh, the game's impossible to learn. PvP is completely incomprehensible. Like, every class is a 40-step rotation." Like, dude, these statements are questionable at best, by the way, okay? These are very questionable statements. But also, these are big red flags, right? These are huge red flags. If you're a new player, like, if you're a new player and you listen to, like, the way people talk about Guild Wars 2, they will talk you out of playing the game, right? Like, they will literally de-sell the game to you, right? And I think a lot of this is, like, internal Guild Wars 2 community memes that, I'm not gonna lie, have kind of actually contributed to some of the game's bad reputation. And obviously, you know, like, everyone shit talks their own MMO. If you want to find people who, like, think WoW is dog shit, go to the WoW subreddit, right? Or just, you know, talk to any WoW player. They'll list off, like, you know, their laundry list of everything they hate about the game, right? But it's I think it's pretty extreme.
All right, everyone,
Yeah.
take a bow and some tranquilizer.
Going to Necromancer was definitely something. I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, obviously, different classes have different level of of ease, especially when you're learning and figuring things out. And also, like, stuff like Necro is just, like, way better at doing stuff on its own. Although, funnily enough, Elementalist actually has some pretty godlike builds. Some pretty godlike builds that can kind of own really hard and be really, really tanky, actually, with the right gear. Is that Necro's, like, I would say that Necro's, like, a lot, like, Necro's a lot less, I want to say, like, gear dependent in a sense, like, in a certain context. Because you have the, or gear and build dependent. Like, Necro is always going to have that tankiness from Shroud, whereas Ellie, you have to really build into it, if that makes any sense, right? So, like, you have to make gear and trait choices that will make you really durable, because you actually can be, like, really, really tanky on the Elementalist too, but you have to, like, spec into it, whereas, like, Necro, you kind of have it baseline, right? Yeah. Yeah, Ellie in particular, and a couple of other classes too, they only kind of come together when you have, like, the right setup. So, you know, when you have, like, the correct setup on Elementalist, it's really powerful. But if you don't have the correct setup on Elementalist, you just, you know, you just flop over. Whereas, like, Necro, slap anything on it, it will work. You'll be fine. Boom.
Great work, everyone. Let's get these specimens back to base.
New on Guild Wars over the years. Hey, I'm glad you're enjoying another new gamer. And of course, yes, we will be blasting tomorrow, guys. We're doing some truly degenerate streaming. It's coming. It is happening. I will probably stream tomorrow for like 14 hours. It's gonna be great. The drops, guys. I love drops. Who here loves drops? I think we all do. Yeah, it's drops week. Where we have 1 week, we can be relevant. We can be relevant for an entire week, guys, on Twitch. As much of a disaster as in all MMOs? It's usually pretty smooth. Sometimes the game breaks. But in general, I think Guild Wars 2 server architecture is much better. It doesn't tend to balk the game as much, and they don't need to shut the game down either, because they can just like basically they can keep old versions of the game running at the same time. Sometimes things break, but usually all right. Huge. Yeah, it's usually not the patch itself. It's like what's in the patch that can be a problem sometimes. Based on equipment template? Yeah, that would be really nice. Equipment template will be very Omega, actually. Patch is simply too powerful. Love Necro Drop. Mantha's an excellent choice. Necromancer is supreme.
Exposed we are. Expect trouble.
Power Mirage? No, Power Mirage. Who plays Power Mirage? Who plays that build? Isn't that build like Giga animation locky? Horrible. Disgusting. TV content is broken. I mean, look, sometimes it's a little bit broken, but I mean, real talk, I'm not really bothered if it's like a little bit balked on release. I don't really view that as like a really serious problem, if that makes any sense. If that's broken on release, it's not an issue. If it doesn't get fixed, that's an issue.
Got something, but it's fragile. Watch my back and I'll pry it loose.
Like, bugs happen. There's always going to be bugs. And gw2 is not that buggy. I think that you know, it sometimes has bugs, like, and some problems, I guess. But I don't think it's, like, that buggy. We allow it. We definitely allow it.
This one might just be jewelry, but look out!
I also don't really have any content to do, guys. I realize I've been running around this map, basically doing nothing. But honestly, isn't that a return to form, guys? We're just doing the podcast streams again. That's what we do here. This is not a Guild Wars 2 stream. You've all been completely fooled. This is actually a just chatting stream. Although, to be fair, I am waiting for the patch tomorrow, so there is that. Although the patch is, you know... Yeah, it is a return to form. We are so back, guys. We are back in business. Who needs raids or PvP or World vs. World or anything when you have randomly running around in circles? A WoW stream now? True.
If these are works of art or of magic myself.
I don't really like my WoW streams though, to be honest, because I'm too shit to like talk while playing, and that's, you know, that's what I built my stream on. I built my stream on talking. I mean, it's really hard to do that, to be honest. It's hard enough trying to like do calls. I remember like my brain absolutely melting trying to call the dispels and do Silken Court right.
Even if they can't tell us about the Mistburn, it's still worth studying.
For like your WoW streams? Yeah, I mean, I need to kind of get over that. I should just make them better as well. I need to do like chill content. I very rarely, whenever I stream WoW, it's like mythic raiding or like, you know, pushing keys. And the problem with that is it's actually very difficult to make that compelling, in my opinion, because at the end of the day, like, we're world rank 250, like, we're not particularly good. And well, I'm not shit talking us. We're obviously, you know, we're doing our best, and I'm proud of the team, of course. But, you know, there's obviously, like, you know, you're not gonna what you know, unless I somehow make it a magical personality experience and get you guys invested in the story, the journey, which is what I will try and do, I guess. It's like a little, you know, you've got the Race World First going on. There's like really fucking good players out there, and kind of the same with keys, right? Like, it's very difficult for me to kind of I'm not good enough to carry my stream on being good at the game, really, because obviously there's like amazing players at the game, right? Like, if you want to see someone do like tank keys, you can watch Dorky, you can watch Yoda, and so on. And it's like really hard for me to express personality while I'm getting fucking obliterated by like you know, Murazon's Rise 30, you know? It's it's complex. It's a challenge. Sometimes the volleys win, you know, they get you. But that's just a skill issue. That's a skill issue in the skill sense of the game, but also in just like the streamer sense of the game. Like, I will be very honest and transparent here, guys. I have not put the effort in to make my WoW streams good. Right? They could be a lot better than they are, and I've had my reasons. I haven't had a particularly like, one of the reasons why I've been gaming and streaming and just honestly playing video games and streaming a lot less. Yeah, I've had a bit of a rough last year. You know, you guys know how it is. I don't know if I can complain to you guys, right? You got enough on your plate. You don't need to be feeling sorry for me. But I put like zero effort into making my WoW streams actually good. So that's on me, really. I could make them good if I wanted to. And I honestly could be way more involved with the WoW scene if I wanted to, right? You know, I have miserably failed to kind of engage with my opportunities, right? I've talked to Preach about Guild Wars 2. I did a raid boss tier list with Max and Drapnos, right? I've talked to Scripe about Guild Wars 2, you know, all this kind of stuff. Like, I could have used my kind of engagement with the WoW community like way more. I just haven't done that. Again, I've had my reasons for that. I'm not gonna be too hard on myself. I'm not gonna like say, "Oh wow, you useless fuck. You should have done a lot more." You know, I have my reasons. I haven't had the best time of it, but I have options, guys. I have options.
Compared to that lunatic, I think I'm rather pleasant to work with.
Sure, Scholar. Just try to prioritize our own safety.
Main Guild Wars 2 guy better than just another WoW guy? Yeah, but I'm not interested in being just another WoW guy, right? I want to actually do something good in that game as well.
A place like this is ripe for documentation.
You know, it's one of the reasons why I kind of want to kind of get into WoW streaming and stream a lot of WoW. It's actually because I feel like I've kind of been there, done that, right, with Guild Wars 2. You know, I don't think I'm not sure if I can really. I don't think I can do better streams than the ones that I've already done. Like, can I ever top something like you know, ERP3, the raid tournament back then? I'm not sure that's possible. I'm not sure that's possible. Current state of the game. You know, I want to go do other stuff, right? I want new challenges and new streams to do and things to create, you know? And I think that in a lot of ways, Guild Wars 2 is kind of spent in that sense. I don't think I can't do a better PvP tournament than Moto 1 and 2. In particular, Moto 1. I don't think I can do that. It's just not possible in this situation. Like, I do want to do a roller beetle tournament, I think. That'll be really cool, because I do quite like that. I think that's really exciting. I have some good ideas for it, but it's just so hard to top that because, of course, you know, like, you know, the scene isn't quite what it was, right? Back in the day. It is not the same. Guild Wars 3 guy? Yeah, sure. I mean, my most anticipated video games right now, it's Classic Plus and Guild Wars 3 for sure. Like all the other games, they're probably going to be dog shit. But Guild Wars 3 and Classic Plus, I have a decent amount of confidence that should be pretty good. But yeah, Guild Wars 3 is probably my most anticipated game. I think of all the dev companies who are making MMOs, Guild Wars 3 has by far the highest probability of actually being good. It's not even close. Is Guild Wars 3 an actual thing? So any memes on Reddit about it? It hasn't been officially confirmed. It's extremely likely though. So the situation is that basically it's been known for a while that ArenaNet has been developing some kind of MMO style game in an existing IP, right? That's how a lot of the job listings are, right? And recently, at a quite amusing turn of events, there was a shareholder meeting with NCSoft, which is basically kind of like the parent company, I guess you could say, for ArenaNet, the developers of Guild Wars 2. And within that meeting, one of the NC guys basically said, yeah, you know, ArenaNet are working on a sequel, right? They're working on a sequel to Guild Wars 2. Right, it's been greenlit that they're you know, it's been greenlit to go ahead with developing this this game, and it's like that's the situation. So I think it's actually very likely, yeah. Very, very likely. Not confirmed, obviously, but it might be extremely likely that Guild Wars 3 is being developed. But it will be interesting because I think it will be a scenario similar to World of Warcraft. I don't think they're ever going to shut down Guild Wars 2 or anything like that. They will probably continue development, like, you know, side by side between Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3, whatever that turns out to be. Maybe reduce development on Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 3 becomes primary if it does well, of course. But yeah, that's the angle I think it's going. Leak came from outside ArenaNet. I mean, yeah. I actually feel really bad for ArenaNet because that is a really annoying thing to happen. That got leaked basically by the shareholder. That's obviously deeply unfortunate. Like, you don't want to be revealing something like that until you're actually ready to share something, because obviously it's going to cause quite the stir in the community. Well, I think Guild Wars 3 is real. In my opinion, very likely, yeah. Again, I wouldn't say it's not confirmed, to be clear. We haven't had any official confirmation from ArenaNet, but I think extremely likely, yeah. Yeah, super, super likely. Yeah. So yeah, who knows? Who knows what it'll be? Zero to Hero got me back into the game. Hey, I'm glad you enjoyed. Any tips for returning play? This changed so many systems and where to start. Honestly, if you follow Zero to Hero, you will do all right. Like that. There you go. Boom. That is what I can give you. That is what I can tell you. If you do that, if you do what I do, you will win. And honestly, a lot of that stuff still applies. But where are all the... Oh, we have to, like... Do we have to sniff here, I think? We have to sniff. X-Pack 7 for Guild Wars 2. I mean, I think that, yeah, the next studio update is going to be very, very interesting. Because ArenaNet have always confirmed that they're working on the next expansion. If they... I think there's a decent chance we could hear something in the next studio update for Guild Wars 2. So in other words, I actually think there is a non-zero chance we get information about Guild Wars 3 in October. This year. Seriously, guys. Because they will either confirm there's going to be another Guild Wars 2 expansion after this one, which again is possible. Like, I think it's definitely possible we get another Guild Wars 2 expansion after the one that's coming up, before going to Guild Wars 3. But I also think it is possible that we do get information regarding the sequel in October, yeah. So stay tuned. Turban, it's the Prime. Very nice. We love to see that. Why'd they make Guild Wars 3 an MMO? I mean, I guess that's kind of the ArenaNet special. Their specialty. They make MMOs. A shadow drop for Guild Wars 3? I mean, that would be extremely exciting, but I'm not sure if that's really the best marketing strategy. So I don't think we're going in that direction. It also be jumping puzzles. And like, they better not drop jumping puzzles. Jumping puzzles are actually pretty epic. Why would we not want that? Why would we not want jump? Be a central feature of the game. I'm gonna go see if things popping in World versus World. We'll say Excel's helped a lot in 2 does. Oh yeah. Guild Wars 2 efficiency will probably help you as well if you're into that sort of thing. Not there to think of the wrong date. Listen, that would not happen. Okay, that would not happen. It's time. Not even 10k rank? Listen, I played almost exclusively heal Firebrand before you got, like, fuck all credit for actually killing stuff. Because I was the commander, I was the leader. And that was just the way it was. You know, it's funny, actually. Like, this is... I will admit, this... I don't know. I've really been thinking about this, like, during this stream, actually. It's like, why don't I join existing guilds in this game? And I do think there are, like, some... I think I like to play the game in a very specific way, and I also have very specific preferences on how I like to go about playing the game. That I also apply to World of Warcraft as well. But I also think I'm kind of introspecting on this because I don't know if this is something that I should try to change, or if it's something that's even like realistic to change. I do not like joining other people's guilds. Like, that is just the reality of the situation, because I like to set the culture. I like to do things exactly how I like them, and it really is as simple as that. Like, I have a specific vision on how I want things to go, and that is how I like to play. I'm not a guild joiner. It's funny, actually. Back in Season 3 of Dragonflight, a guild... I can't even recall the guild, but a bunch of players, including me from my guild, were attempted to be poached by a guild with a significantly higher world rank. We were at, like, world rank 750 back then, and it was, like, a very major step up. It was, like, over 500 world ranks superior, I think. And I was like, fuck that. No. Okay? Because I've got this guild, it's based, we do things the way we like them, and I like it. Okay? I'm not joining your shit guild. Fuck you. I didn't say that, obviously. But I wonder, like, is that actually a problem? Like, maybe I should think differently about that. I don't know. Hold you back for some good experiences? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's complicated, to be honest. It's actually worth thinking about. It's worth introspecting about, in my opinion. For sure. I also really like the building process. I like the growth process of kind of like growing alongside other people. I think that's a really fun experience for me. Like, I would much rather improve a guild than just join a better one, if that makes any sense. But yeah, ultimately, I think it is because I am an extremely stubborn person, right? I obviously don't expect people to bend to my will and, like, the cultural experience that I like when I join a guild. That's obviously very unreasonable, and that's why I just don't do it. Because I am very stubborn. I am very fucking stubborn. Like, if I am not interested in, like, adapting to someone else's way of doing things... And unless we obviously see eye to eye, I'm just not interested. You know. And I think I respect the consequences that come with that. I understand that that means, yeah, I probably can't join other people's guilds because I'm just not going to enjoy that. Like, I'm not going to enjoy that experience, to be honest, because I don't want to play the way other people want to play. Right? Like, I want to play the way I want to play. And if I can't do that, then what's the fucking point? Shed you a lot of the responsibility of leading. I don't really mind the responsibility of leading, though. I don't really mind pressure. Like, leading, I don't really mind. Am I tired of leading? I'm not tired of leading. I just don't like... I don't like having to, like, force people to put in effort. Like, that's the thing that I dislike. That's the thing that's kind of, like, is why I don't really... I don't really put a lot of effort into Guild Wars 2 right now, is because it's like, I don't want to be, like, forcing people to get better. Yeah, I want the group to be independent. Like, I like playing with people who are independent. I don't want to have to be, like, babysitting people. I'm absolutely fine with, like, making decisions and making calls and stuff like that. That is not a problem for me. I just don't like having to... Well, I think it's actually a bit deeper than that. I don't want to force... I don't want to do to other people what I don't want to happen to me. I don't want to force people to do something they don't want to do, you know? If that makes any sense. And I really get the feeling that I'm imposing my will in Guild Wars 2 on people who don't want that. right? And I find it really hard to do that. Like, I get the impression that when I'm playing in guilds in this game, or, you know, I'm playing in communities, is that people don't want the same things that I do, and I'm kind of, in some sense, like, the way that I do things kind of makes, it forces people into environments that they don't actually like. Basically, like, the type of environment that I create, which is like a pretty competitive environment, that's not something that people are really looking for in the game. And I think that's fair, you know, I don't like imposing my will on others, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I phrased that in a really weird way, but hopefully that makes sense. I really do not like doing that. I do not want to force people to play the game a certain way. I do not like it. It makes me very uncomfortable. And that has ended up happening before, is that, you know, I've been in charge of these guilds, and people have like, oh, you know, I kind of want to play with Teapot, so I'll fucking try hard. But I know they haven't enjoyed it, or they don't particularly enjoy that type of gameplay. And I think that sucks. I want to play with your friends. I want to play with people who have the same goals, which isn't an overlap. Exactly. That's another really big problem. And that's kind of like the cultural clash as well. I think... is it where the fun is? Oh, I completely agree with you. Yeah, I'm a tryhard. I always have been. I can't resist. I can't resist. I have to do it. I have to try hard. Yeah, and that's definitely the case. You know, I think there definitely is a bit of a cultural disconnect between me and the rest of the Guild Wars 2 endgame scene. And by the way, that is to an extent self-imposed. The groups and communities that I have run have always been the odd one out. We've been the people who do things in a kind of weird way. Right, I'm not saying we're some super special to this bit, but I think that's fair to say. Like, we've always been the guild that's a little bit different. When we played World versus World, we played very differently to the other guilds. We had a very different culture to the other guilds, right? When I've played PvE, we had a totally different approach to a lot of other guilds, right? And that's the way I like it, because I like doing things the certain way. So I'm not saying that, you know, the rest of the scene has like a culture, you know, I'm not saying, oh, these people fucking suck, I fucking hate them. That's not what I'm trying to get at here. I'm not shit talking anyone. Like, what I'm getting at here is that I have always played games differently. I think I'm actually curious. Well, I don't know. I don't know how much of a normie I am in WoW. It's hard to say. I haven't played the game long enough to really make that call. But I don't know. Maybe I'd have to ask my guild members if they think I'm a little bit weird in the way that I engage with the game. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. But yeah, and the thing is that a lot of the people who kind of, you know, were oh shit, dude, you got confetti, Nike? Holy shit, that's insane. Yeah, that's a massive win, actually. Yeah, huge win. But yeah, anyway, yeah, it's yeah, I don't know. I've always been, you know, I've always done things differently, and a lot of the people who kind of shared my view on things don't really play the game anymore. I don't understand that. Oh, it's just like the problem is that I just don't think I'd really fit into a lot of those guilds, to be honest, Kellogg's. That's why. Yep. Shout out to Yuchi-chan, by the way. Good call. I just think I have a pretty unconventional approach to the game. I mean, look, you know, like, here's an example of this, right? Here's the example. Like, to trial for my guild in this game, I made people complete an adventure or speedrun an adventure where you turn into a mushroom and you have to run through an obstacle course, right? I made people do Fungus Among Us. That is the kind of thing I like. That is fucking content. That is based, in my opinion. I also really like PvX as well. I really like people who play all the game modes, not just one game mode. And more importantly, the really big rub I have with... And I'll tell you what, this actually is it. If you want to say, if I was going to point out one thing that I kind of struggle with in, especially Guild Wars 2 PvE, is that everything is organized, right? It's all scheduled. And this is a playstyle that I fundamentally do not enjoy. I do not like statics. At all. And it's necessary for some things. Obviously, if you're doing hardcore progression, you need to have that, right? You need to have that type of organization. I personally really don't enjoy that unless it's absolutely necessary. Like, I want to play all day, every day. I want to just log on and say, yo, guys, let's blast, and we pump, right? Like, one thing that I'm really excited to try and do in WoW, for example, is we actually have a lot of people who are pushing keys. Like, there's a lot of people in the guild who are actually just doing 19s on their own now, which is super cool, actually. Like, Skada's doing some 19s. Jay is doing 19s. That's hype. A lot of people are doing, like, 17s, 18s, and so on. Like, man, that's actually so hype. I want to, like, log on and just, like, send with the boys. You know what I mean? Like, that, to me, is, like, perfect gameplay. Log in, do a heroic, log in, do a bunch of keys. And in Guild Wars 2, I just want to log the fuck in and play World vs. World. I don't want to have to go, yo, guys, I'm playing in 1 hour. I want to log on and play. I don't want to say, yo, guys, I'm doing, you know, like, on Thursday, we're raiding Guild Wars 2. No, fuck that. I want to log on to the game and play. And I think that is really, I don't think that's even really a thing, to be honest. I think it's extremely uncommon. I think the culture is very static oriented, and that's a huge rub for me. Like, that is a big problem. Like, when I've like really enjoyed raiding in Guild Wars 2, it's always been when there's been a really healthy pug culture, and when I've had like a really big community on the stream, people logging in, right, and just like playing, right, all that kind of stuff. That is the dream. Isn't that what the LFG is for? Not exactly, no. And again, I will admit that I am a special snowflake. I'm not going to pretend otherwise, okay? It's not the same for me. Like, playing with random people is not the same as, like, playing with people who are basically in a community. And that's kind of what we had with, you know, my old guild, Mystic Builds. We were like the degenerate, you know, no-life pug community in Guild Wars 2. I think it was really fun. Like, we would train up new people. We would meet new people all the time, right? Everyone would get involved. Like, everyone would want to join the guild. Everyone would come and hang out. Everyone was in the Discord, right? Like, in my Discord. We were, like, blasting gachi, like, 8 hours a day, like, grinding raids. That was what I liked, right? It was the fact that it was a deeply social experience. And it was also a deeply dynamic experience, you know? That's what I really value in the game, you know? Gracium or Orosium and Convergences. I'm hyped, man. I'm hyped for Convergence CMs. That's going to be good. Whoa. What happened there? And I think that's been a fairly major cultural shift that's happened in Guild Wars 2. It's shifted a lot more towards statics and a lot more to kind of a lot more less towards kind of like dynamic pickup play. It's also really exciting to me. It's also really exciting to me, and this will sound silly to some of the WoW players, right? That you could meet, like, well, new people or even amazing people and network in pugs. Like, for example, I applied, like, in Season 3, I got into I got into a key with crims in it, right? And that was like, oh shit, this is cool, man. It was, it was Dawn of the Infinites, the first part of it, and yeah, he was like, link the route, okay? And I linked the route. It was like, bro, we're not doing that in bolstering week. And I was like, okay, yeah, we're not gonna do it all in one go. And then yeah, he said we were gonna deplete the keybind. He was like, yeah, this is Giga deplete. We timed the fucking key, so there it is. Okay, and I think that's really exciting. And I think that type of dynamic experience is what really kind of draws me to the game and like to playing video games in general. I love that social space. I love meeting random people, right? Like meeting people who are really fucking good at the game, people who are better than me, people who you know, like learning with people who want to join my community to kind of get better and so on, all that kind of stuff. And like that type of experience, that kind of excitement is really, really cool to me. And that's the type of community I like to be in, right? You know, it's funny actually. I was kind of browsing a bunch of WoW guilds recently, and I saw this guild that was like running 5 mythic teams, where they have like teams ranging from Hall of Fame all the way through to, you know, through to guilds is kind of doing ahead of the curve. So I thought, wow, that is awesome. I love that. I'm like, man, that's what I want to do. Okay, if I don't know, I'm not sure if I have enough time to actually pull that off. But man, that is so cool. I love that. That would be a really fun experience, I think, to be involved in something like that, where you're like just constantly meeting all these new people. Because, you know, it's weird, you know, I wouldn't consider myself to be a particularly extroverted person, but I do like people, okay, if you can believe it, guys. You know, I really enjoy just, you know, meeting new people and listening to what they've got to say, and, you know, hanging out on Discord, and, you know, even on Discord, just like, you know, just like playing with different people and, you know, typing in chat or whatever, right, and just hanging out. And just like having that new experience. I like feeling like, I really like the multiplayer element. And I feel like Guild Wars 2 has become a lot more insular and a lot more, it feels to me quite constricted, right? People tend to keep to themselves, you know, people have kind of siloed themselves off into different communities, and that there isn't as much interplay anymore. There isn't this like surge of new players constantly into the game mode, right? Where you're meeting loads of new people. You're going to be playing with the same people all the time. You have the static thing. And like, again, I do want to actually make this clear to, I always have to be really careful when I'm talking about this kind of thing, right? I am a special snowflake, guys. Okay, this is not necessarily a problem for you. I still think Guild Wars 2 is a really good game and really worth playing. But there are certain ways in which I have kind of like misalignments with the way the game is played, right? Like, if that makes any sense, right? Like, the way the game is played doesn't suit my taste. You cute as fuck? True. That is accurate. The Fractals Arena House Raid rewards? I mean, they're alright. If you can do them quickly, they're pretty good. But they're pretty mediocre if you can't clear them relatively efficiently. There was never pug training? Oh, this is remarkable. Wait, how long have you played the game for, Stux97? Dude, the like, progression raiding used to be a thing in this game. Yeah. People used to just fucking blast raids in pugs all the time. I think it's so remarkable because, of course, I'm a real old dog, right? I've been around for years and years and years. So I've seen it all. I've seen every, like, stage of the game, right? But no, dude, this was my guild. My guild used to be this. Like, my guild, Mystic Builds, I would do the raids, every day, meet random people from the LFG. We'd learn, we'd improve, right? We'd get on Discord, right? All this kind of stuff. Yeah, this is what I did all the time. And if you're, yeah, like it's so, you get new player perspective on this is really interesting because it used to be very, very different. It used to be very, very different back in the day. But yeah, like obviously, like now, not so much. You're absolutely right. There's kind of less of that stuff going on, but there used to be a lot of that stuff going on. Yeah. Now everything's like very static oriented. Which I believe is, as I understand it, is like relatively similar to how Final Fantasy is. Final Fantasy, I think, is also fairly static-oriented as well. Huh. Look who it is. What will happen to you? Yeah, we're still here. But we're also playing WoW too. But yeah. Basically, guys, I am very stubborn and very unchanging. I like doing things the way I like doing things. And the game has kind of moved on, right? The game's culture and the way people play the game has moved on. And in a lot of ways, I've been left behind, right? Like, I've been left behind by the community. The community's changed, and I haven't. Like, I think that's probably the best way to put it, is that Guild Wars 2 has changed a lot, and I haven't changed. Incredible. It's not you, it's them? No, I'd say it's not them, it's me. Well, I mean, I don't know. It depends how you frame it, I guess. Been playing since beta? Well, then you haven't been paying attention then, because they still happen even now. Yeah, they still happen now. But they happen a lot, like in the olden days. But that's the case with every single game nowadays. Most people keep to their own thing. Yeah, and look, I'm not unself-aware about this, Soska VR. I am a relic. I freely admit that I'm a relic, to an extent. I am a dinosaur in online spaces, I suppose, and you know, in MMOs to an extent. I'm aware of that. It's just that up until now, I've kind of got away with it, right? I've kind of got away with it in Guild Wars 2. Until, you know, relatively recently, you know, like when I really started basically essentially being a solo player was kind of EOD. Like End of Dragons and kind of after the Dragon's End nerf is where like problems started to kick in. And certainly like towards the end of End of Dragons, there were you know, I obviously had a lot of issues there. Oh, shit. Dude, finally, some content! It's actually time. I'm gonna go for this NG. Get him! Get that guy. I actually need to go to bed. We're gonna be streaming bright and early tomorrow, guys. I should kill him. Yep. Oh. I think the way to put it, Wowzer24, is that I don't think many people in this game are buying what I'm selling anymore. And that's not on them, right? That's not their fault. It's not anybody's fault. I think that's actually one of the worst situations. I can't even blame anyone. I can't say, oh yeah, these people ruined. Okay, they ruined the game for me. Nah, that's a ridiculous thing to say, right? I just think there are a lot of people who are buying what I'm selling. Are you fine with exotics and wolves or need ascended gear? Oh yeah, you're fine with exotics, yeah. Exotic gear is like more than good enough, basically for all the content in the game. Actually, Ascended is good. It will obviously give you extra stats and so on. It's definitely something that you want to work towards. But yeah, you're absolutely fine with exotics. It's all good. In fact, World vs. World is pretty much like pretty much the best way to gear up, in fact. You can basically get incredibly cheap exotic gear with any stats you want. From world versus world, very quickly. Very exciting. Level 21 Ranger, kind of bored. Should I say that changed the cost of the... Yeah, I mean, yeah, try something else. Bear in mind the game, you know, the game does start pretty slow. You don't have, you know, that many abilities and stuff. And you also don't have elite specializations. Basically, Guild Wars 2 starts cooking at max level. So, if you want to, give it a try. If you've got a level 80 boost, just boost to 80 and try it out, see what it feels like as well. If you want to do that, well, yeah, just try something else. There are multiple good options in this situation. Incredible. Gallywix broke you. It's over. I've had some pretty good luck with Gallywix plugs recently. The recent extra 3% buff were good. Look, you just have to be Giga elitist. Only add people with 8 out of 8 mythic. It's the only way. It's always the tanks. It's because... Listen, do you know what happens? I'll tell you what happens. The tanks don't realize that you can't taunt during the cone. You have to taunt before the cone. And people go like, oh, but the boss turned and it turned back. But it's just kind of weird. Like that boss is just a little bit weird with how the taunt swap works. It's visually confusing to people. I don't know how that's possible. I don't know how it's possible, to be honest, but people do not realize that you need to taunt before the cone. Otherwise, it's bad news for you. Blood DK losing threat to a bear. Look, I've been in a pug. I've been in pugs, and I've actually... I've been pugging as mage, right? Getting the magus in order. And... sometimes the tanks will, like, flame each other for taunting back, but that's not actually the problem. It's that one of them taunted too late, and therefore, as a result of taunting late, the boss kind of, like, flips back to them. And they say, like, you taunted the boss back, but it's not what happened. I had to explain it to them. But they actually very rarely listen, okay? Like... A fellow mage? Oh, I'm afraid. I'm only a casual mage. I am a tank main. Tank enjoyer, if you will. In Raid. And mostly in Keys. I played Frost DK in Season 1. Might end up playing Unholy. But I'll probably play a little bit of Tank and Unholy this season as well. I do want to learn Arcane as well, actually. I think Arcane Mage looks really cool. I like Fire Mage a lot. I'm not very good at it. I haven't practiced it nearly enough, but I do like Fire Mage quite a lot. It's a very fun class to play. But I definitely want to learn Arcane. I haven't played Arcane before. Yes. Yeah, I do really want to get into playing all 3 of the roles. I played a little bit of Disc Priest last season, Frost DK, Mage, even Org a little bit, alongside a bunch of the tanks. But I really want to... It's one of the things I really don't like about WoW, to be honest. Like, if you want to play alts, the game is kind of annoying, right? That does not feel good, okay? This is where Guild Wars 2 had it right, okay? Legendary armor, guys. Pick any stats you want, anytime. And it's account-wide. That's based, okay? But yeah, I really like playing alts. I just want to put a lot of time into it. But I do want to become a well-rounded World of Warcraft player, for sure, so I can better understand what my teammates are going through throughout the experience. But yeah, definitely the role I've played the most is the tank. A little bit of VDH, Blood DK, Bear. Alter, yeah, it's super annoying, to be honest. Because, you know, I'm a Tournament Realm enjoyer. Tournament Realm fan. That's my jam. That's what I'm talking about. Just give me the gear. Let me talk to the Tauren and pick all my items from the giant Vulpera. That's what I'm talking about. Push you to be the best. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think I'm there yet, but I'm working on it. I'd really like to try and do title on all 3 roles. One season. I might try that next season because I have a lot of free time coming up. Yeah, I really would have liked to play a lot more earlier this season, but unfortunately I didn't really have availability because I think this season of Mythic Plus is kind of fire, actually. Season 1 was fun as well, I think. I just didn't quite have enough time. I had some IRL stuff going on. It was kind of denying me from putting the hours in I'd want to, but Season 3, I might get a little sweaty. Might get a little sweaty, actually. Might get a little sweaty. I really want to try to qualify for MDI as well. We haven't really been good enough to do that yet, but I will try. I will attempt it. We will get there, guys. We will get there. And also, we also, like, raid progression has really trolled us as well. Like, I think, oh man, I kind of wish we had, I kind of wish we'd gone for it in Season 3 of Dragonflight. We didn't really go for it because it took us like 20 weeks to kill Farak, so yeah, that would, oh my god. Guys, trust me, that was fucking rough. We replaced our healer roster in a Midrasil 3 times over in one season. I'm not joking, dude. Oh, that was a situation, my friends. Okay, that was not good. That was during the tier as well. That was not afterwards. That was during it. That was not ideal. Not ideal. But that's the breaks, man. For being a new mythic rated guild. It was quite the experience. To be honest. The Resto Druid left. You know why the Resto Druid left, by, so I will tell the story. Our Resto Druid left because they wouldn't come. I said, you can't join this heroic alt run on a character that was like dog shit gear for last season. I can't even remember what the eye level numbers looked back then, but I'm pretty sure it was like 60 eye levels lower than what it should have been, okay? It was with like 0 set in like green gear from last season. It was not good, okay? It was not the way. Like and they left the guild on the spot. I mean, I kind of respect it. I do kind of respect that, to be honest. I respect it. Oh man, I still really want to recapture Season 2 and Season 3 of Dragonflight. I had a lot of free time during Season 2 of Season 3 of Dragonflight, and man, we fucking grinded. Dude, when we were grinding title in Dragonflight, and there's obviously a little bit of kind of, you know, the opposite of recency bias, right? Like, it was our first season ever playing, so like pushing title for the first time ever, right, in Season 2 of Dragonflight, when we all, you know, basically all just picked up the game, right? And we were going crazy, right? Like, we were playing like 6+ hours a day. Honestly, more than that. We were like grinding our hearts out, right? Trying to do like 30 freeholds, right? And all this kind of crazy stuff. Doing all these like crazy routes and strategies to try and pull it off. It was kind of special because it was new, right? Back then. But Season 3, man, that was pure magic, right? VDH, like, Rated being forced to play Mage because nobody else wanted to play Mage. Abindo only playing Fury Warrior. Vivi, like, embracing Ret as well. Ret, Fury Warrior, Mage, VDH, Mistweaver. That was content, man. Holy shit. Oh, man, it's funny. It's funny. That's how you feel Guild Wars 2. And yeah, that's just the way of it, isn't it? Right? You know, you're always going to be chasing... You're always going to be chasing that initial high, right? With this stuff. And you're always going to have your favorite version of the game, right? And then it will pass, right? Then it will just go away. And that's just one of the things that you kind of have to accept, right? With all these things. To an extent, it is temporary, right? It will go away. A 5-hour boss practice to deplete to first boss? Listen, okay? That would never happen to us. That would absolutely never happen to us. We definitely didn't do like a 12-hour session just to gain like 2 IO. That would... I certainly do not remember us being in Neltharian's lair for like 2 hours. That would never happen. No way. And I feel like, I feel like, also, if I played the game at the level you play, I would definitely feel differently as well. I think it's impossible not to. Because at the end of the day, I play WoW for fun. I think it's a very different thing when you're essentially playing at this kind of professional, pseudo-professional level, right? Exactly, yeah. Yeah. When it becomes your job, it's totally different. And, you know, obviously I'm a streamer, I make money from streaming and so on. But I've always primarily streamed as a hobby, right? I've always, you know, as a gamer, as a streamer, I am a hobbyist first, and if I make money, I make money, right? Like, at the end of the day, it is what it is. It's obviously really good when I make money from streaming and playing video games, but yeah, the professional lens is completely different. Like, the level of it, you know, the way you interact with the game when you're playing WoW on the level of, you know, Echo, Method, Liquid, obviously all of the MDI teams as well, right? Like, it is a totally different experience, and I think it's a completely different thing when it comes to, like, burnout, and obviously your enjoyment of the game, right, is completely different. It's a really big be careful what you wish for, right? Everyone's like, oh, man, I wish I could play games professionally. Well, that's the monkey's paw curling there, because, of course, when you kind of attach that professional element to it, it's fundamentally different, right? Like, that is a completely different experience. Yeah, I don't know. And I think we can see that for what's being said here. It's going to be a very, very difficult to kind of maintain that level of energy and that level of kind of passion for the game when it is also ultimately connected to that that professional level as well. I'm sure some people can do that. Some people obviously will have less success in that department, especially when you're doing it for like years and years and years. Obviously, like a very draining experience, especially when you've got to deal with stuff like splits. Okay, like, would I like to, you know, hop on board and do like a season of splits with Method for one season? Dude, that would be fucking awesome. I would look, right now, I can say with 100% certainty, I would absolutely love that. Okay, that would be amazing. However, 10 seasons in a row? Then, you know, it gets a little bit more complex, right? Like, are you still going to want to do that? You know, are you still going to want to do that 10 seasons down the line? It's a little bit more questionable, I think, with all this kind of stuff. Effect streamer has on your future? Oh, I don't think it really has. I think being a streamer has massively benefited me on a personal level, on a social development level, on a financial level, in pretty much every way. Streaming has benefited me. It has made me a better, more functional person. And so is playing Guild Wars 2, and so is playing WoW. I am a better person now than Yeah. I'm a better person than I was before I started playing World of Warcraft, and I'm a better person now than I was when I started playing Guild Wars 2. And that feels good. I really like video games. I might be one of the freaks who would never get bored. And in fact, I don't think I'll make a bold statement. I actually don't think I would get bored. I am a weirdo. I think assuming that the experience I have doesn't change, I don't think I would ever get bored of WoW. And I think I can actually... And honestly, given how I've played Guild Wars 2, I think I've got the evidence to back that up. I am probably one of the biggest degenerates in Guild Wars 2, and I grinded this game beyond all... Oh, I actually don't want to attack this player. They're having like an RP thing here. No, I will leave you. I am a degen. I think I could actually play these games forever. Assuming they still deliver the experience that that I'm looking for. Gleep glorp. Okay, so let me put it like this. If my friends magically liked Guild Wars 2 again, I can play this game until the end of time. Yeah. And again, considering that I have like 30k hours in the game, I think I can make that statement with some evidence. 100%, yeah. And of course, there's no guarantee that my friends can... And look, you know, like, here's the thing, you know, I've talked about this on stream a little bit. Guys, you know, I know that you all know me as this tough, edgy guy who plays Guild Wars 2. I'm a big meanie. You know, I'm a tough guy. I've got no feelings. I'm not gonna lie. We lost a lot of our core roster in the WoW Guild, and yeah, that actually hit me emotionally. Seriously, guys, I'm not. You know, I'll say that. I think it's important to discuss these things. It did hit me emotionally, yeah. I am sad that Rated is stepping away from the game. That Vivi is, you know, going to play in Honolulu, and that Angels is taking a step back, and that Vic is gone, right? From the game. Yeah, that, you know, that, yeah, and that Aches isn't playing anymore. Like, Aches is a fucking legend. Love the guy. Yeah, and you know, when this happens, it does kind of hit me. You know, it hits me in the feels, man. Like, it's tough. It's tough. Yeah, I'll say it. It's tough for me. It really was. Like, the toughest part about... The toughest part for me about people leaving the guild this season, it's not even like finding new people. Finding new people is really difficult and really stressful. But yeah, you know, it's been tough. I really enjoyed, you know, I pushed title with Vivi every season since we started playing. Like, you know, I've been tanking with him since season 3 of Dragonflight, right? And yeah, I really like the guy, right? You know, I do. And the same with Rated. Like, I really get along well with Rated. I think that Rated is one of those people, you know, I want to kind of equally jerk everyone here so no one feels left out. But yeah, like Rated and Aches, for example, are people I feel like I really... we have similar views on the game and how to do this kind of stuff, you know? Yeah, okay, so that's a big hit for me, right? And obviously, you know, I can find other people like that, you know, of course, you know, Toast is a gamer, he's in the chat right now, and hopefully I get along really well with the people who are bringing in as replacements, right? That'll be the goal. I hope it works out. Another good Yoint Vivi. Yeah, he's trialing in Honolulu right now, which is, I believe they're like world rank 40 approximately. He earned it too. He was grinding like a motherfucker in season 1. Funny Guild. Yeah, he streamed some of their raids and their comms are pretty explosive. It's content. But look, okay, we're just gonna have to beat them. Okay, we're gonna have to get good. We're gonna have to take those noobs down. Give me a couple seasons, we'll catch up. We'll poach him right back. Honestly, I know, obviously don't blame him for the opportunity, but I was really, I did not contribute nearly as much as I should on this season. We struggled a little bit this tier, and I actually hold myself kind of like largely accountable for the failure, to be honest. In the same way that I do give myself a little bit of the credit for how well we did in, I've thought about trying Race to Worlds first. Obviously I would love to. Like, I mean, I'm nowhere near at the level for that right now. Like, no question about that. I think the season where I played the best was, I guess, like season 3 of Dragonflight was where I did like the most, like I pushed the most M+, right? We were like 3.8 KIO in Dragonflight, which I think was, that's respectable, I think. I haven't really had the time to commit to kind of grinding as much, and I would like to. I'm planning on playing a lot in season 3 of The War Within. We'll see how good I can get. I will try to actually be good. Yeah. But yeah, no, obviously I would love to. I love this stuff. Like, I would love to play in Race to Worlds first if I'm worthy of that. I would love to cast Worlds first. I would love to, be involved with the production, right, in some way. I love this stuff. I really do. I guess, I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream, but, like, if anything, that's kind of the thing I'm known for in this game. I'm the tournament guy, right? I love running tournaments and competitive events and being involved in that, right? And all this kind of stuff. I just love this stuff. I'm a big esports enjoyer. I love StarCraft 2. WoW Race to Worlds first. I watched the Race to Worlds first. I watched the Race to Worlds first, like long before I even played WoW, right? I really regret this. I fucked up. Well, actually, no, I don't know if that's the right way to put it. I'm not sure that's the right way to put it, but I kind of wish I'd picked up WoW during Legion. And in kind of like the new WoW, if that makes sense, like kind of like modern World of Warcraft. I feel like that kind of started with Legion a little bit. Because I watched Race to Worlds first. I was watching you guys. I was watching Method, like going crazy. I was like, wow, this is awesome. I love this. But I was too busy like grinding Guild Wars 2, right? To play WoW at the time. So I didn't really get involved. I have my own stuff going on. The other thing is I was also just doing swimming a lot as well because, I was swimming a lot too. And that was also eating a lot of my time. I was like, I'm swimming for like 4 hours a day. I'm coming home, and then I'm grinding Guild Wars 2. I'm like streaming Guild Wars 2. I'm organizing tours of Guild Wars 2. It was like really hard for anything else, right? It was like really, really hard for anything else to like enter my mind space, and tries. Yeah, I filled in a form for Echo actually because they were doing a recruitment thing, but they didn't get back to me. I'm fucking worthless. God damn it, bro. You honestly hate to see it. You hate to see it. Someone even wingman me on Scripe's chat, and he said he'd make sure marketing was going to look at it or whatever. And then GG, they never got back to me. Fucking useless. Hate to see it. I'm just no good, guys. But yeah, maybe I'll try Method, huh? Yeah. I can be nice and orange, guys. Orange is a good color. You're a swim man? Yeah. To be clear, I wasn't professional. I swam national level. Back, in kind of my youth and into my, early 20s. Oh, wait, where did everyone go? Frost Citadel. Oh, wait, are we getting... we're Golem Rushing. That's hype, actually. My favorite experience ever in gaming probably... Oh, yeah, for sure. The feeling's completely mutual, X. And I completely understand, Like, I try to avoid... I try to avoid expressing kind of... Well, maybe it's not a big deal, but I almost, like, don't like to talk about how... you know, losing people like you in my sphere or gaming sphere is kind of upsetting to me, because I don't want you guys to feel any kind of guilt, right? I don't want you guys to feel bad. I don't even like... I know that, you know, obviously when Vivi's leaving, he's concerned about the guild. I don't want him to, you know... I don't want him to feel bad about leaving. You know, he's got an amazing opportunity, right? Like, you know, we're all happy for him to take that opportunity. Fuck him! But, you know, it's one of the things I want to be careful about, right? Because, you know, I value you guys. I really do, you know? I'll soy out about it. I'll get a little sentimental. I really value you guys a lot. And I enjoy playing with you. It's like, it's a huge part of the game for me. You are needed for me to enjoy the game. Or you know, like, people like you, who I get along with, who I have a similar approach to the game, similar view, right? Similar attitudes, right? On how to play the game. Like, for example, saying that I would say that me and X really see eye to eye on is kind of the culture. You know, we like things to be very mature, right? No bullshit, respect, clean, improve. Nobody's fucking screaming and just going crazy, right? Or flaming and raging and stuff. That's one of the many things that I think we see eye to eye on, right? And that, well, it's what makes us play well together, I think. You know, I think that I have good synergy with X, and, you know, not only do we get along personally, I think we play well together as players. Do you think it'd be kind of sad not being able to prog for the first week or so if you were casting? The interesting thing about that, Toast, this could be wrong, actually. But my understanding is that you can kind of pick your hours casting, or kind of like around potentially playing in your guild as well. I could be spouting complete bullshit there, but that was my understanding, because of course there are players who cast, right, who are also progressing simultaneously, right? For example, like Dratnos, right? I believe is, you know, obviously a very high level player, right? Playing in the illustrious guild Pop-Tart Corn Dog, and is also progressing while simultaneously casting the race. So I imagine there's some flexibility there, so you are kind of capable of doing that, right? Yeah, I'd obviously still want to play. If I was going to cast or something. Yeah. But yeah. Oh man, that's funny. Gotta try Mr. Pandaria. Man, there's too many versions of WoW, dude. There's too many versions of WoW to play. It's not possible. I actually need to sleep pretty soon. Yo, Noz, thanks for the Prime. Appreciate you. What should I focus on? I mean, I think a good place to start is kind of doing, good place to start is probably playing through the story, I guess. The Mug Z incident? Dude, that is a good WoW story, okay? The Mug Z story is a good story. Maybe never to be told, though. You know, that's maybe one that will be a legend, okay? Oh, man. Bit of mental booming that night. I mean, there was, yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. No, yeah, for sure. I would definitely, I would 100% be interested, yeah. 100% be interested, for sure. How much you talk? Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, that's, yeah. That is something that I can do. It's an email. Is there, like, guidelines on, is there, like, an official thing, like a template I should fill in or something? Or just say, hey, let me in. Social some background words. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can do that. I can vouch. Yes! See, we're in. Okay, we are in. Let's go. This is what it's all about, guys, okay? We're given the Guild Wars 2 tips. Next thing you know, I'm getting boosted in Resilient 20s. It is what it is, okay? This is how it goes. What you gotta do? You gotta climb the totem pole, my friends. Okay? Do I have a reel? I actually kind of cooked like a little scuffed one for Echo. So kind of, yeah. I have a little unlisted YouTube video, I guess. I also kind of have like a... I guess I have like a weird skill set as well, because this is... I know this is really relevant for... Because obviously, like, these organizations, right, they obviously have, like, people who handle this stuff professionally, but I also do my own production as well. You know, I've cooked up a bunch of, like, overlays and stuff that I think are actually pretty good, okay, for tournaments and stuff. Dab hand with a bit of JavaScript, guys. But that's a little bit obsolete, because obviously you kind of have specialized individuals for that as well. Yeah, moda3.js. Yeah, oh, we need to run that tour. That overlay is going to be so sick. Like, the actual production we have for Master of the Universe 3 is insane. The production on Moda 2 was actually really good. I was pretty happy with that. And the production on Elitist Trading Party 3 and some of our raid tournaments has been really good too, actually. But, like, Moda 3, that is, like, next level. It's incredibly high effort. But yeah, I am copying this email address, guys. We're moving up in the world, huh? Very good. Community month when? I will absolutely... Look, you know, for what it's worth, I've kind of been talking about... Tell them your team liquid? How would that help? That's also not true. It's misinformation. Maybe they just don't check. I'll just say, yeah, I'm from Liquid. And they just don't check. It's like, oh, well. Okay, then. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you know, because, you know, so I've obviously been talking about, you know, how I haven't really been getting what I want out of Guild Wars 2 recently. I would say that does also apply to gaming in general as well. I will freely admit, I was very frustrated through, honestly, a lot of Season 1 of The War Within, Season 4 of Dragonflight, and also even Season 2, really. Especially this season. I was really disappointed in myself. I'm not here for a pity party, guys. Like, you shouldn't feel the need to say, oh, Teapot, you did well. Nah, I was very personally upset with my contribution to the guild this season, and I really feel like I let a lot of people down over the last couple of seasons. I have my reasons. Life has not been easy for me for the last, like, a year and a half. And honestly, I do... It's one of those things that I feel like maybe I'll talk about it someday, but not for now. It's maybe a little heavy, honestly, for these kind of streams. But, you know, it's been a little bit tough. And to be honest, I haven't really been getting what I want out of gaming in general. Like, I barely got title in Season 1 and Season 4 as well. I didn't play nearly as much. I'm pretty sure, like, I played, like, less than half the amount of video games I did after Season 3 of Dragonflight, like, every single season. And as a result of that, yeah, I didn't really get out what I wanted from that. Like, I still enjoyed the experience. But let me put it like this, guys. When we killed Ansarek, dude, if we hadn't killed it that day, I don't even know. Like, that would have been absolutely catastrophic. I'm not gonna lie. Like, when we were on that final day of progression, okay, I was, like, gritting my teeth and just, like, fucking hell, just let us fucking kill this boss, please! Like... It was, eesh. Oh, man. That was really, really tough. And yeah, I just haven't been happy. I'll just be straight up honest, guys. I have not been happy at all for the last 1.5 years or so. I have not felt happiness for a very, very long time. Or like satisfaction or kind of like contentedness with my own performance, my own like, you know, doing things in streaming, doing things in gaming as well. And I really do want to go for it. You know, I do want to actually put in some effort and try to, again, you know, I kind of want to do some really big stuff and go out with a bit of a bang, right, in Guild Wars 2, you know, and do some spectacular stuff. I will be doing Community Month. We are going to be trying to get people engaged. I will be enjoying the game by force, okay? I will scour the world, okay? I will scour the land to find people, to find people to play the game with, okay? I will really go for it in the next expansion, because I think I can. Right? And I don't absolve myself of responsibility in me not enjoying the game. I think that things haven't gone my way, right? You know, a lot of my friends have quit. I do think that I am a little bit of an oddball in the Guild Wars 2 community, as I am in all games, to be fair. I think I'm probably a bit of an oddball in WoW as well. But more so of an oddball as the, you know, community has shifted. But I obviously have some responsibility as well. In a lot of these things. So I will take responsibility. I will take action, guys. And again, like I've been saying I've been trying to do this for a long time, and I've meant that in good faith. It's just very, very difficult to do. And I will really go for it coming up in June. This is something that I almost feel like I should talk about. I've made a lot of positive changes in my life over the last couple of months, right? I've gone from being absolutely miserable. I would say I was absolutely miserable in Season 4 of Dragonflight, in Season 1 of The War Within, and Season 2 of The War Within. And by the way, guys, it's not related to the game. I'm literally using WoW seasons as a timeline. That's how much of a problem I've got. But during that time span, for context, and basically for the last 2 Guild Wars 2 expansions, I've been pretty miserable. And not really related to the game, just related to my life. I've just been miserable in real life. And I've been gritting my teeth and pushing through it, but I haven't been happy. I've been extremely unhappy. And you can read into that what you will. Not related to the game, by the way. Like, I'm not going to blame Guild Wars 2 or World of Warcraft for all of my woes. But I think that's actually changing. We were joking? Oh, no. Oh, wait. No, this is not a joke. When I talk about this, I'm not joking. I'd like to think that I'm pretty honest about this stuff, because I think it's actually important to talk about sometimes, or at least sometimes. But yeah, I am indeed using gaming as a reference to contextualize the passage of time. Very exciting. But yeah, you know, I'm a lot better than I was. I'm a lot better than I was 6 months ago. Like, I was not in a very good place during Ansurek progression. Let me put it like that. Okay, which I realize might sound, well, actually during Nerebar Pass progression, and that might honestly sound unusual, because I was kind of the cheerleader then. I was like, you know, yeah, go team, right? But you know, that's what you gotta do. You gotta hold together the team, right? It is what it is. Been there in my own life so far. Saving grace and most. Yeah, you gotta find what you enjoy. You absolutely do. You've got to find. You have to. Sometimes you got to work a little bit for happiness. You know what I mean? You definitely do. I guess if I was, I will not procrastinate to let people down when I'm procrastinating. Anyways, I feel like shit tunes worse. Oh yeah, I completely know the feeling. Yeah. Mostly you or a third party? Oh no, no third party involved. Guild leading when you got IRL issues is 10 times worse. Well, it's actually why now I'm leading the guild. I'm basically the leader of Unhinged now. And one of the reasons why, you know, there's a couple of reasons why I'm doing that. Like, one, I really feel like I let the team down in Season 2. I was nowhere near as present. I was capable of tanking the bosses well enough. I think I performed okay as a player. I don't think I was the problem. I wasn't happy with my raid leading in Season 2 at all. It was not good, in my opinion. I don't think I managed the morale as well in Season 2. I think that was actually my biggest failure. I really do not think I managed the guild atmosphere or contributed positively to the guild atmosphere nearly as well as I did in Season 1 and before that, which I think was a really major failure that I had to the team. So I'm very unhappy with that. And one of the reasons why I'm excited to kind of be in this leadership role, because of course our previous guild leader, Angels, is focusing on real life and his career and so on. Very cool. Yeah, I want this opportunity to actually fix it. I want to prove to the people who are in the guild that, you know, I can do it, and, you know, I can actually deliver. And to myself as well, not just to the people in the guild, obviously, right? Obviously, I want to do a good job for people in the guild, but, you know, I was very personally upset with my own performance, right, on like an internal level, and I want to, yeah, I want to correct that. Yeah. Have the power and control of bettering the problems yourself. Oh, I mean, you know, I mean, look, I'm not going to like say, oh yeah, the previous management of the guild was dog shit. I think that's, you know, I don't think you can really say that, right? I think, you know, it's a team effort, right? Like, you know, when you're in kind of a team situation, a team game, you can't, I think it's very uncommon that you can say, oh yeah, this is the one reason why things didn't go super well. And to be fair, by the way, I am maybe painting it more negative than it is. We improved our world rank by 2, okay? So, and to be fair, I think it's worth contextualizing. To get our world rank on Ansarek, we actually pulled a 6-day week during the nerf. Okay, it is worth remembering that. We didn't do that level of overtime. This season around. That's worth noting. We did do a little bit of overtime, but it wasn't on that level. Have you set out any goals for the guild next season? I have some formulated in my head. One of the things that I really want to do is actually have meetings with the guild so I can communicate that. I also do plan on this might be a little bit experimental, but I actually plan when I make some announcement or meeting or communication, I'm probably going to end up recording it so people can just listen to it if they want to. But I would say ballpark goal will be world rank 150. Which I think is actually reasonable because we got 250 this season, but I also think that we massively underperformed for a variety of reasons. I believe that that's tough. Very, you know, getting to that level is definitely a step up, but you know, and if we don't get that, then obviously I'm not going to cry about it. But yeah, set the bar pretty high. I reckon we can do that. I'd like to see that, like somewhere 150, 160, 170. I'd be okay. All right, all right. And then obviously, like long term, I would like to continue actually pushing the guild. Like I really want to see if we can break through to top 100. Obviously, that's like the next big. Once we've got to clearing, you know, getting Hall of Fame non-Mickey Mouse kind of in that 150 to 200 range, then the next goal is going to be 100. Because that's like the next big step up, going from triple digits down to double digits, obviously. I mean, look, the thing is, guys, I have no limit. Like, I am happy to go as far as we can take it, right? Like, that, I have no limit on this. Oh man, I am pretty hyped actually. I'm actually very excited for season 3. Season 3 is my redemption arc. I let you guys down in season 2, and I will not do so again. Next year is MDI. Yeah, there'll be another MDI as well. I will genuinely try and qualify as well. You know, I would have actually tried this season, but I actually got caught off guard because they merged MDI and TGP. I was in my head, I was expecting TGP to be after we were done with the raid, right? And we kind of got caught a little bit because MDI qualifiers, we weren't done with the raid yet, right? And that was obviously consuming a lot of our time, and there was a lot of overlap with the qualifiers, like and our raid days. So that was you know, that was a challenge. I didn't have that in my mind like planned out, but I know that's going to be the case next season. So I will be prepared. I will be prepared. Not sure about the new format. I think the new format is actually really interesting. Because it has this kind of forced class diversity in it, kind of, which is rather interesting. You know, because it essentially means that you have to, you know, you have to have like some level of flexibility, which I think is kind of cool. But the only thing is that you do have to have that flexibility. I think very notably, of course, Squish's team, which is a team that notoriously plays a very interesting composition with the physical comp with the bear tank. They obviously had encountered difficulties when they had to play a different composition on the second day, right? Like after they had played on their main composition. So that ended up giving them a couple of issues in those qualifiers. So that was kind of an interesting kind of side effect of that. But it was really interesting to actually see, of course, the teams come up with these different approaches, like utilizing bear tank a lot of the time, of course. You saw Warlock pop up. And indeed, like, Warlock continued to pop up, of course, actually. In like Cinderbrew, right? Like, for example. So I think that was like really interesting to see. Like, you know, a day of fire. Yeah, exactly. A little bit of fire mage. Get it in there. There we go. Somebody's played God Comp in the earliest to try and cheese plays. Well, that's the. I think that's the thing, right? I mean that you have to do it tactically, right? It's like, are we good enough to play off comp to get to the next day, right? So if it definitely affects the tactics if you're on the entry level side of the competition, because realistically, let's say that I qualify, right, next season, and I get a team together and we qualify. Can we off spec and get to day 2? That's a gamble, man. That's a big fucking gamble. But the problem is, if you go God Comp day 1, right? You know, then you're fucked day 2, right? Like, so there's some really interesting. There's definitely some interesting stuff going on there. Maybe they'll try out some different rules. Yeah. So Metacom. Oh, I completely agree. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, but make it exactly. Yeah. Like, yeah, obviously. So if we let's say that we qualify next season, we would almost certainly just like send the God Comp, right? Send the God Comp on day 1, and then if we get to day 2, fucking okay. We look a little bit silly on stream, but it is what it is. Okay, we made it. Very based. Oh man, it's funny. Oh man, it's funny. But yeah, no, I do have a couple of goals. I also have a lot of plans. I've been cooking up a couple of ideas that I want. I think I've identified the guild's weaknesses pretty clearly, and I have plans to address them. I was rooting for Dorky's team. Oh man, that was a really interesting situation actually with the potion of shocking disclosure. I've actually in Dorky's honor, I have in the weak auras I have that where I show consumables, I changed the icon of the weak aura that displays my consumes to a potion of shocking disclosure, and it will remain that way in honor of our fallen tank comrade from the NA server. Yeah, very unfortunate there, to be honest. But I mean, you know, it is what it is. I guess I'm not the biggest fan of the decision there from Blizzard. But I guess you should always double check the stuff, right? I guess that's the lesson to be learned there. You know, you always want to make sure, right? Like if you have any kind of question about can I use this item, you should contact the devs about it, right? It is what it is. I mean, it sucks, but That's the way it goes, I guess. The spirit of competition, throwing day 2 by only playing God Comp day 1. Yeah, it's a very interesting rule because you can see their goal, right? Their goal, their goal was obviously to try and make it so that different comps see play, right? And you did kind of see that, obviously, kind of. But of course, it eventually turns into optimized compositions. I get why they want to do that, right? Because they don't want to show, they don't want the game to look like there's only like one kind of god comp. But I do think it's really hard to create that type of scenario because, of course, at the end of the day, right, like teams are going to find. I think what you can do. And I imagine this is also relatively difficult as well. You want to try and make it like situational, right? Like you want to try and make it as situational as possible. So maybe you run like different comps on different keys, right? Maybe you run a different tank on a different key, or maybe a different healer, right? Maybe a couple of different DPS options, right, on a couple of different keys. I feel like that's what you can try and do, but that's like, I think that's quite difficult to do design-wise. Roaming Spear SS. This is Demolisher. Rune of Surging, Hydromancy, Blood, and then Energy Cleansing on Spear, and then full Demolisher with Relic of Atrocity for the extra lifesteal. This is the build. This is the standard Blood roaming build. Winds the gap between the bottom and the top teams. Oh, I think it definitely does, yeah, because it now says. The rules now state you must be able to multi-spec in order to truly be competitive. It definitely makes it harder, right? 100%, yes. Yeah. Bugs and cheeses for multiple years. Yeah, it's actually one of the things it's been really curious to watch. Especially as a spectator. I imagine it's a lot less funny when you're actually in the race itself. But yeah, you say, like, every tier, I'm watching Twitter to see what's cooking up, right? Like, how are they gonna get this crazy rep exploit to get the fucking runed crest, right? Like, oh, what about the weird spell slinger thing that was going on in Kaiveza, right? All this kind of crazy stuff. Obviously, there was a game-breaking bug on Muggsy, right? People buying instances, right, to get to the end boss, or all this kind of crazy stuff. It's definitely really, really interesting to see it kind of unfold, and how Blizzard decides to handle it. Yeah, yeah. It's always the rap, man. It happens every time. Every single time there's some kind of like crazy jank-ass way to like max the rap out or something. And yeah, the thing is, you guys might be thinking, well, why do these guilds do this, right? Because like surely you know, if you get banned, it's really bad. Well, this is where I think, you know, Blizzard actually have some accountability here, right? Because like over time, there's a reason why people say exploit early, exploit often, right? It's because the ruling on this can be inconsistent, and if you don't do it, you can potentially miss out on a relevant power spike. It's probably not super relevant unless you're in basically a world's first guild, but for example, if you do some of these rep grinds or like these rep exploits, you can get yourself essentially a runed crest, basically like a piece of crafted gear that can be of good quality, maybe some champion pieces as well, and that's good. That, you know, that's, you know, an additional crest and so on. Yeah, that's actually like very valuable to have that. You know, that's, you know, it's not irrelevant, right, to have that early on. So the reason why players will be like, oh shit, should we do this? Should we not do this? And you know, potentially engage in kind of like really borderline exploited behavior is because Blizzard has been inconsistent on enforcing these rules. And this leads to a lot of uncertainty within some of these top players because, of course, you know, when you're dealing with the race to world's first, there's a lot of glory, there's bragging rights, and a lot of money on the line too. Like, are you gonna potentially pass, right? Are you going to pass on, let's say, like a 1% DPS increase for doing a little bit of cheeky rep exploiting? I mean, you know, maybe you take your chances, right? Like, it's a, yeah, this is where Blizzard need to be, Blizzards need to be, you know, they need to be good on this, right? They need to be, if they want to have this race to worlds first, they want to have these competitions, these esports things, they need to be really, really good. They need to be really, really good on enforcing this and clearly setting out and quickly responding to any kind of issue or exploit that's found. Yeah. I clicked, we didn't do it with Xbox. I clicked 1,650 seeds. Look, when seeding came out, there were some people in my guild who were like, yep, I'm seeding. Okay, I was like, guys, I will admit I didn't do the seeding, guys. I completely confess, I did not seed. Okay, fuck that. I am not a seeder. No thank you. And then everyone made fun of me for getting the augment rune late. I actually got bullied. I straight up got bullied. My guild cyberbullied me for not having the augment rune. You hate to see that, guys. You honestly hate to see that. Oh, man. Ah, yes, Sneak. I fucking love Sneak.lure. I love Sneak.lure because they knew it was a little bit borderline and they did it anyway. I fucking love that. Like, they actually called it Sneak.lure. That's unbelievable. Oh, that's so funny. I love that. Slightly questionable. A little borderline, a little, on the edge. Little bit of drama, guys. Little bit of drama with your race to worlds first. Man, that race was good, though. Holy shit. Damn, Farak was such a good race. Oh, my God. What did Sneak.lure do? My understanding is that basically Sneak.lure utilized essentially the tooltip pop-up on the private aura for the Farak cages to essentially automate the assignment process without the need for a macro. So essentially it was circumventing the privateness of the private aura. Allowing, instead of using the macro, which was of course the strategy that we used and many other guilds used, yeah, it instead essentially made it a non-private aura, essentially using something that Blizzard didn't think of, the tooltip popping up, basically. And that was utilized to communicate to the other game clients and then, of course, solve them again. Is that more sketchy than getting the macro to get around it? I mean, that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Like, is that a clever use of game mechanics? I mean, I don't think they got banned for it. I don't know. I mean, look, they called it Sneak.lure. Let's be real. They probably, they knew it was like, a little sus, a little questionable. But on the other hand, I don't blame them, right? On the other hand, I don't entirely blame them, because again, you know, you're in this complete cutthroat fight to the death. You know, I remember that. The Race to Worlds First is so unbelievably fucking based. You have no idea, guys. I remember the last day, both guilds were exhausted. Like, Scripe is there. He's saying, no, we push through. We're not sleeping until it dies. And they managed to get it, right? They managed to get it done, like, barely. Both guilds, Liquid and Echo, were getting pulls. Yeah, they're both getting pulls. Sub 1%, sub 3%, right? Like, back to back to back to back. And man. To be honest, I actually think that was the best Race to Worlds First I've seen. Like, Amir Drasil is probably my favorite raid overall in terms of music, boss design, the theme of the raid, right? Like, you know, overall it's probably my favorite raid, but I think it's also my favorite Race to Worlds First because, you know, some of them, I mean, to be frank, like, Liquid is just crazy right now. They're insane. Like, Liquid is just... They're wild. I think, in particular, Liquid's performance on Nerebar Palace, it was like, whoa, what is going on here? What the fuck is going on? Because they owned Ansorek so unbelievably hard. That was incredible. And of course, they continue with an incredibly strong performance going into Liberation of Undermine as well. And that was, you know, that one did look a little bit spicy in the middle, right? Of course, Echo was able to kill Sprocketmonger before Liquid, but then Liquid was able to perform extremely well going into One-Armed Bandit and definitely Muggsy as well. And then, of course, Gallywix just kind of fell over as well at the end. So there wasn't really much of a race on Gallywix, unfortunately. But yeah, Liquid's fucking scary, man. They are really, really scary. It's going to be very interesting to see how competitive the Season 3 Race to Worlds First is, especially with the instability in the, you know, in the esports, well, in the EU scene, right? The EU scene has got some instability right now. Yeah, absolutely. Dude, I'm always rooting for Method, to be honest. Like, absolutely. I 100%. Yeah. Absolutely. I'm always, you know, I'm always seeing, I want to see that rebuild, right? Like, I feel a lot of inspiration with, you know, with Sko's, you know, project rebuild of the guild, Road to Worlds First, right? Of course, you know, the happening that happened, of course, that led to the formation of Echo, and kind of seeing that regrowth has been really cool to watch, actually. Very, very nice. I also do really like that, you know, a lot of the, well, I think this is true of quite a lot of players in WoW, actually. I love that they're into fitness so much as well. Of course, Lorgok, Lorgok is a full-on bodybuilder, man. I think he got his pro card as well in one of his competitions very recently, I think, actually, which is really, really cool, actually. And, you know, obviously I'm kind of a fitness enjoyer, a gym enjoyer, so I really like that too, actually, to see that so many of these, like, really good WoW players are also, you know, really big into fitness. I think that's really cool. Yeah, that is right, yes. Yeah, I believe it's, yeah, he just started kind of competing, actually. And yeah, he's got his pro card now. Really cool. But yeah, no, I'm waiting. I'm absolutely waiting for Method to get something cheeky, right? Because, you know, I think that's, honestly, that's going to be a huge storyline. It is. It's going to be a huge storyline next season. And I'm looking forward to it, right? Is this the tier that Method flipped the script? And, you know, I feel like even if Liquid are able to get Worlds First, if Method beat Echo, that's fucking massive. Right, that is absolutely massive. That is kind of earth-shaking, right, if that does happen. That is, like, kind of the reversal of the order of the game. And, of course, if they do pop off, right, and they're able to get Worlds First, that's obviously, you know, an earthquake of even larger magnitude, of course. But certainly, right, like, even getting that flip, I think is going to be a really exciting storyline going into Season 2. Because, of course, for those who don't know, guys, who are kind of, you know, maybe some WoW enjoyers, a lot of incredibly good players, legendary players even, who are kind of on the Echo roster, have now ended up in the Method roster. So, you know, we've come full circle, in fact. Yes. It is a Hollywood story. It absolutely is. Oh, wait, can people do this with the WoW token? What is this?
These are $15 gem cards. And then the rest of these here, these are all $25 gem cards.
Bro, dude, Enko's got some cash.
Yeah. You used to spend a lot of money.
You can buy game time cards. You can buy game time cards. I'm not sure if you can buy physical WoW tokens, though. I don't think you can. I'm pretty sure you can't. But you can buy game time cards, so you can little cards. But I don't think gold. I think you buy that. I think that's digital only. I could be wrong, though. Meth was the reason I even tried to find Taramil server. Listen, I'll tell you the truth. Listen, I want to say this is not my call, okay? But that is, yeah, we're on Taramil as well. But listen, have you seen the neighbors on Kazakh server, guys? Trust me, you don't want to be there. Taramil is where the civilized gamers are at. Okay? Although the servers, obviously, you know, you have cross-realm now, so it's not really a big deal. I will admit this, guys. I did once do this in a pug. Okay? It was a healer. It was in season 1 of Dragonflight. Season 1 of The War Within. And we were doing a pug. We wiped, right? It happens, right? And one guy started popping off. It was the healer, I believe. The guy was popping off. He was being an asshole, right? I think I was pugging his DPS, and I think the healer was giving the tank a really hard time. Like, bro, fuck this shit, man. And I guess I kind of made it worse, because I did say... I can't remember exactly what I said, but I made some kind of comment about this guy being from Kazakh, right? And he he said fuck you and then left immediately. But I don't know. Like, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I should have done that. I don't know. Maybe I should have said a lot more. But look, he was being an asshole. He was like flaming this poor tank. He was like brutally beating this guy to death, flaming him out. I'm like, listen, Kazakh player, okay? He left the key. So I guess I did deplete the... It wasn't my key either. It was a pug. So maybe I should have shut up. I may have damaged that situation a little bit. Oh, man. The first expansion ever. Yeah, that's also, of course, a storyline there with Liquid. Yeah, that's going to be on their minds for sure. They're going to be wanting to go for that. They absolutely are. They're going to be. They're also going to be really riding a lot of momentum. Like as with everything, as with competition, right? You know, it's a mental game. It's not just like, can you press your buttons well enough? It's all about that mental game as well. And right now, if you're Liquid, you're feeling so damn good, right? Not only are your main opponents kind of cannibalizing each other a little bit, you're also just owning. They absolutely owned in Nerebar Pass. They absolutely owned in Liberation of Undermine. Right? So they're feeling good. They've got the energy. They're feeling rock solid, right? Going into the next tier. But you don't want to get too overconfident as well, right? Like, you got to be a little bit careful. Buying gold cards would be sketchy because the value fluctuates. That's true, actually, yeah. But, I mean, gems fluctuate, actually, in Guild Wars 2 as well. And you can buy gem codes. But I guess it's always the same number of gems. So maybe if you buy a WoW token, it'll be fine. But, and honestly, who buys physical cards these days, man? Who does that? Bedging was supposed to be going? Yeah, I need to be up relatively early tomorrow, but I'm kind of having fun. This is really interesting. Really interesting experience. This is a good conversation. I think it's pretty interesting. I'm talking about things that I feel strongly about. I'm feeling motivated right now. Honestly, I'm really excited. You know, I have been incredibly unhappy with my stream for a very long time, but we are changing that. I've been very unhappy with my engagement with gaming in general. You know, I wish I had, you know, I wish I was more involved with WoW, you know. I wish that my streams in Guild Wars 2 were better. I wish that my YouTube was better, you know. I wish a lot of things. But I finally... the first step, guys. If you had to choose at the skill level, do you believe you'd rather cast race or compete? I think that's a really interesting question to answer. Oh, that's so fucking tough. It's so fucking tough. I know this sounds so greedy, but I'd have to do both, right? Oh, dude, I'm so competitive, like, yeah. But I love production and the commentary as well. You know, like it's. I'm so passionate about it. It's the thing that I enjoy the most in terms of streaming. Choose one or the other. In that scenario, I'll tell you what I do, Toast. Win Race to Worlds first once, retire and be a commentator. Like, I think that's honestly the most accurate answer I can give you. I'd probably lean a little bit in towards the production because that's where my passion is. That's my creative outlet, you know? It's in streaming, it's in, you know, the putting together the stream, making an experience that's entertaining, right? Like, I love entertaining you guys. I love, you know, having a conversation that you find interesting, or making you laugh, right? Or making you excited about something, or, you know, putting something you want to watch and like you want to engage with, like keeping you engaged, you know? So if you got a gun to my head, I'd say world's first once, still play, you know, dude, I'd take the Dratnos route, okay? Because he obviously plays in an excellent guild, Pop-Tart Corn Dog, and yeah, we'll do that. So if I've got to pick, I've got to do it. Got to do it. Bullet to, you know, gun to the head. World's first once, and then I'll play in a, you know, a good guild, like an excellent guild, if they'll have me, right? And I'll do commentary and production, right? Because what I would want to do, okay, well, I'm not going to be presumptuous here, obviously, but look, okay, if I'm going to get involved with production for one of the guilds, it's going to be the best. We're going to make the best fucking show in the business, okay? Absolutely. That is what's happening. We're going to have people glued to the screen. We're going to have riveting commentary. We're going to have the best memes, okay? The best memes, the best Twitch chat copy pastas. It's going to be amazing. I'll just send this stream. I'm going to link this stream in the email, guys. Oh, yeah. Whoa. Even during splits? Hell yes, during splits. Splits would be the best part. I'd fucking upload unedited splits to the YouTube channel. That's how good it would be. When you guys will be begging for splits. Okay, that's how good it would be. Oh, it's funny. It's so funny. Yeah, yeah. The chat would be saying, put the splits back on. Okay? They'd be like, oh, they're about to get worlds first. And the method stream would be saying, put the splits on again. Feels good, man, clap. We want more splits. But I mean, obviously in reality, yeah. You know, keeping it fresh during splits is tough, right? But I think it's doable. And honestly, like, I do feel really inspired, honestly. There are some fantastic... I love the commentary in WoW, actually. It's tough competition. I wasn't, you know, shocked when I didn't get a response from Echo. They have some incredible casters. You obviously have Preach, you have Dratnos, right? So many incredible talents in the commentary space, right? For World of Warcraft. All the commentators for MDI do an excellent job. All the commentators on all the streams during Race to Worlds First do a fantastic job. I honestly watch them just to learn, right? Like, you know, I look at what they're doing and I listen to the type of things that they're talking about. You know, I listen to Jeeth doing analysis, for example, or the way they keep the banter up, right? And the way they tell stories, right? Because so much of commentary is about weaving the narrative, right? Like it's not just about, oh, look, they're doing high DPS to the boss. That's part of it too, right? Like, you know, it's like, oh my god, can they squeeze out this damage? Right? They're maximizing their cores. They've shifted this cooldown here because it's better in this particular location. You know, all the usual technical analysis that you have there. But it's about the narrative. It's about the storytelling, right? The history of the guilds, right? The emotions of the players, right? Is what it's all about, right? Like what it means. What does it mean if they win here? That, you know, this is Method's chance to show that that they're actually going to be the ones that's going to be challenging Liquid, right? Like, Echo, that's old news, bunch of noobs, right? It's Method that's going to be pushing for that rank 2 spot, right? And Liquid, oh, they're getting worried. Method's on the same boss now, you know, like, because of course, you know, in a way, the EU-NA difference in server release is actually in some ways kind of hype, because there's always this inherent cat and mouse to it. It's like, because of course on NA they get a head start. To be clear, by the way, all the guilds have, of course, said that the head start isn't relevant, by the way. And the very obvious thing here is that, like, you know, if it was an advantage to play on NA, or if they thought it would be meaningful different, they'd play on NA, right? Like, these are serious players. But fuck that. We don't need to talk about that, right? You know, there is this inherent cat and mouse, right? It's like, oh shit, you know, Echo, they're gaining on Liquid, right? Are they going to get to the boss, you know, the end boss at the same time? They're neck and neck. Then you have, of course, the drama of like, oh, can they kill it this reset? Are they going to have to wait for more gear? Then they've got to re-clear the boss as well. It's funny, actually, because a lot of the kind of friction in WoW raiding in some ways makes it more exciting, right? Because it is a bit anti-competitive. Like, even having a gearing process is in some sense anti-competitive, but it's actually kind of a key component of one of the reasons why the race is exciting, right? Like, how efficiently are they capable of doing these splits to get the gear? How efficiently can they perform their reclears to begin progression once again? How do they handle the mental game of, again, like, maybe Echo's catching up a little bit? You know, is that putting pressure on Liquid, right? Like, all of these things, I think, make the race more exciting. Maybe not ideal for the players themselves, because I imagine there's suddenly kind of a lot of stressful situations, and if your reclear, if your reclear isn't going well, then obviously that's definitely a tough spot. Hey, good night. I will see you. Okay, if I don't get in, I'm blaming you. By the way, you didn't wingman me hard enough. Okay, you didn't vouch for me enough. Okay. But hey, I honestly, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. For stopping by, and of course for pointing me in the right direction. Pointing me in the right direction. I really appreciate it. It's really cool. Really cool to see such a player as yourself in my humble stream here in Guild Wars 2. There it is. Okay. If they get it right after race, oh yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously if it dies immediately, the ideal race to worlds first is like 1.5 resets, I feel like. Although, I'll admit it, okay? I'll admit it. I did quite like Sepulchre, because that was just, it was so fucking brutal. Like, you could see on the faces of the players that it's like, they had nothing left. They were completely spent. Completely drained after saying like 20 days. 20 days of pain trying to clear that raid. Oof. Goodness me. It was quite fun from a spectator perspective. Incredible. Wasn't with Liquid completely gave up. I mean, that's the dramatic characterization. I believe they actually basically ran out of time at the building they leased. I think that's my understanding of the situation. So basically, I think they had people flying, returning essentially, kind of like, flying away from, the place where they were basically having a LAN party, right? So yeah, the dramatic version, they gave up. Yeah, not really. And also, it's kind of worth noting that, they're competitors. At the end of the day, they're there to win. Like, once the race is over, once, World's First is done, at the end of the day, they just want to get it done without losing their minds, and then, move on, learn and recover. Going into the next tier, right? Oh, they didn't care about second best? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, they're not going to be particularly stressed about, like, second or third or fourth. Like, they're there for the win, right? But yeah, I think that decision was made, as I understand it, because there was just time limits, right? Like, players were flying home. And I think they just did, you know, they didn't have they weren't expecting it to go that long. I don't think anyone really was. Like, Blizzard just randomly drops, like, the most fucked up raid ever. That's good content. Well, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. I actually really should be getting to bed as well. It's 3 a.m. I was only planning on streaming for like 2 hours today. We've gone a little bit longer than that. 4 hours. I will be hopefully live tomorrow at midday or 1 p.m. for real. And trust me, guys, I love farming drops, so I'll be here. You better get ready. We are streaming 14 hours tomorrow, probably. We are farming drops. We are loving life. We're doing all the content. I think the order we're doing it is going to be the new meta. I have to see the new meta. I have to. We have to see it. We've got to check it out. And I want to. We're gonna make that happen. Then I want to do convergent CMs. We're gonna do some convergent CMs, 100%. We're gonna juice it up. We're gonna make it happen. After that, I think we'll play the story, and I think we'll do the fractal last. It's not that I'm not interested in the fractal, by the way. I just, you know, I want to see the meta event. Convergent CMs are the things that I'm kind of most interested in the patch in some way. Actually, I'm very interested to see what they've done with these. Very interested indeed to see what they've done with convergent CMs. I obviously want to see how the story ends, right? If we're going to get any teasers for the next X pack. And the fractal is the icing on the cake, lads. That's what it is. I really hope they've done it justice. I will admit, you know, the fingers are crossed here. The sweat is dripping down my head, guys. On if the fractal is good. I really hope so. Please, ArenaNet, please cook. We'll see. We'll see how that one goes. You're not thinking it's good, Slit? I don't know. I've got a little copium. I think, you know, they said it's kind of like dungeon style. That's kind of cool. I'm very interested to see what it's looking like, see what they've cooked. We'll see. 3 strikes and you're out? Wait, 3 strike missions? You know, maybe. But anyway, we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll tell you what, let's raid Envy, because he's actually streaming this game again. We're raiding Enviously. Guild Wars 2 streamer, gamer, memer. And yeah, I'm going back tomorrow, guys. I will be live in 9 to 10 hours from now. So make sure you're followed, make sure you subscribe, get ready to farm some drops, guys, because, oh boy, we are farming drops tomorrow, and it's going to feel damn good. So that's it, guys. Big week of degenerate grinding. I'm going to prep my email. Dude, look, maybe I ascend. Maybe I ascend to become method caster extraordinaire. Yeah? Yeah. Who knows? Who knows what the future holds, my friends? But anyway. That's it. I'm done. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I will return.